It's funny the things you remember, not the big, dramatic stuff usually. It's the small details, the little bits that make up a normal day, right before everything shifts. I was 27 that year, working a contract job for the State Parks Department. My official title was Historical Site Maintenance Specialist, which mostly meant I drove a beat-up pickup truck around the more remote state properties, checking fences, clearing trails, and generally making sure vandals hadn't done too much damage. It wasn't glamorous, but it was honest work, and it kept me outdoors, which I liked. This particular site was called Blackwood Bluff. It was one of those places nobody really visited anymore. Too far off the main highway, too many winding gravel roads, and honestly, not much to see once you got there. Just a small, circular clearing on a rocky outcrop, overlooking a dense valley of pine trees. In the center of the clearing stood a single, weathered stone statue. It was old, maybe from the late 1800s, depicting a stern-faced pioneer woman, her gaze fixed eastward, towards the rising sun. A plaque, long since unreadable, was probably meant to explain her significance. For me, she was just Peggy, the stoic lady I checked on every other week. My routine was solid. Drive out, hike the last mile and a half because the access road was too rough for the truck. Check the trail markers, clear any fallen branches, make sure Peggy wasn't covered in graffiti, she never was, too remote even for that, and then head back. The silence out there was something else. Not just quiet, but a deep, heavy kind of silence that seemed to press in on your ears. It was beautiful most days, peaceful, lonely, but in a good way. This trip, though, I was running behind schedule. It was late autumn, and the days were getting shorter fast. I'd spent too much time dealing with a fallen oak down on the north end of the preserve, and by the time I finally pointed the truck towards Blackwood Bluff, the sun was already dipping low, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. I knew I wouldn't make it back to the truck before dark, which wasn't ideal. Usually I timed my visits to be back with daylight to spare. Being out there in the total darkness wasn't something I preferred, even though I had a good headlamp. It wasn't dangerous, not really, but the forest at night just felt different, more alive, more watchful. I pulled into the unofficial parking spot, a wide spot in the gravel turnaround, and grabbed my pack. Flashlight, water, a small hand axe for stubborn branches. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. A chill was starting to settle, promising a cold night. I set off on the trail, my boots crunching rhythmically on the dry leaves. The familiar path was a comfort, each twist and turn known by heart. It took me a little under 40 minutes to reach the clearing. The last vestiges of sunlight were fading, turning the valley below into a murky, indistinct canvas. The clearing itself was bathed in a soft, ethereal twilight. Peggy stood in the center, just as always, a dark silhouette against the deepening gloom. I walked around her, checking for any signs of decay on the stone, running a hand over her rough surface. All good. Another uneventful check. I started to gather some of the larger branches that had fallen near the trail entrance, tossing them into a natural hollow further in the woods. As I worked, the last sliver of the sun vanished completely below the horizon. The temperature dropped noticeably. I switched on my headlamp, its beam cutting a stark path through the rapidly encroaching darkness. I turned back towards Peggy, intending to give her one last once-over before heading out. That's when I saw it. The pale, weathered face of the pioneer woman, usually staring resolutely eastward, was now turned. Not a lot, not dramatically, just a slight shift. Her gaze, instead of being fixed on the distant hills, was now angled unmistakably towards the north. Towards the dense, darkening woods behind the statue, towards where I had just been tossing branches, and towards the direction of my truck. My breath hitched, not a gasp, just a silent, involuntary tightening in my chest. The headlamp beam fixed on Peggy's face seemed to magnify the impossible shift. I blinked, rubbed my eyes with the heel of my hand, and looked again. No, it wasn't a trick of the light, or my tired imagination playing games in the twilight. Her stern, weathered features were definitely not pointed where they had been an hour ago. That steadfast gaze towards the rising sun, a constant in every one of my hundreds of visits, was gone. Now it was aimed into the deep, dark maw of the northern woods. My first thought, the immediate protective shield my brain threw up against the absurd, was vandalism. Kids, teenagers with too much time and a knack for finding the most obscure spots. But then a colder, more logical part of me pushed back. How? This wasn't some lightweight plastic lawn ornament. Peggy was solid stone, heavy, rooted deep. It would take more than a few kids to budge her head, even a little. And there was no sign of damage, no fresh chips, no scrape marks on the stone base that would suggest prying or leverage. The shift was subtle, almost too subtle, as if the stone itself had simply turned. A shiver unrelated to the dropping temperature traced its way down my spine. The heavy silence of Blackwood Bluff, usually a source of comfort, now felt oppressive, watchful. I took a hesitant step closer, my boots crunching loudly on the dry leaves, the sound amplified in the stillness. My headlamp beam, usually so confident, now seemed weak, its light swallowed by the encroaching darkness beyond the clearing. I circled the statue slowly, my gaze fixed on Peggy's head. From different angles, the change was undeniable. It wasn't a full 90-degree pivot. It was perhaps a 15 or 20-degree rotation, enough to alter her entire posture, her whole silent message to the wilderness. Instead of patient endurance facing the future, she now seemed to be observing, maybe even warning, about something lurking in the shadows to the north. My hand went to the small, well-worn grip of the hand axe tucked into my belt. It was a reflex, a stupid one. What was I going to do, chop at a statue? But the cold steel against my palm was a small anchor in a suddenly disorienting reality. This wasn't right. Nothing about this was right. I was a man of logic, of routine. The world I knew, the world I navigated with maps and schedules and predictable physical laws, didn't include statues that turned their heads. I scanned the ground around the base of the statue. No footprints apart from my own, no discarded cans or cigarette butts, no fresh scuff marks on the dirt or leaves. The clearing was pristine, undisturbed. The only evidence of my presence was the neat pile of branches I'd gathered and tossed earlier. It was as if Peggy had simply decided to look elsewhere. A faint rustling in the undergrowth beyond the clearing snapped my head up. My beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating a patch of dense pine and a thicket of blackberry bushes. Nothing, just the wind, I told myself, a gust playing with the dry leaves. But there was no wind. The air was still heavy. The silence pressed in again, deeper this time, almost like a presence. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the quiet. I was alone out here, miles from anyone, and suddenly, profoundly, I didn't want to be. The rational part of my brain, however, was still trying to wrestle control. Go check the northern woods, it urged. There has to be a reason. Vandalism, a prank, someone's messing with you. But another, more primal voice screamed, "Get out, now." The thought of walking into those dark woods, where Peggy's sightless eyes were now fixed, made the hair on my arms stand on end. Yet, turning my back and running felt like acknowledging something I couldn't articulate, something ancient and wrong. I was a park ranger, for crying out loud. I wasn't supposed to be spooked by a stone lady. "Okay, Peggy," I murmured, my voice surprisingly hoarse in the vast silence. "What are you looking at?" I took a deep breath, trying to slow my racing pulse. The logical approach. I needed to investigate. If there was a prankster, they might still be nearby, or they might have left tools, or a message. It was a long shot, but it was a concrete action. I started walking towards the northern edge of the clearing, my headlamp beam sweeping back and forth. Each step felt heavy, deliberate. The familiar forest had transformed, its towering pines now menacing shadows, its rustling leaves whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. I focused on the ground, searching for anything amiss. A broken branch that wasn't naturally broken. A disturbed patch of moss, anything. The clearing itself sloped gently down into a dense, unbroken expanse of forest. There was no clear path in this direction, just thick undergrowth and tightly packed trees. I pushed through a curtain of thorny bushes, wincing as a sharp spine snagged my sleeve. My light cut through the gloom, revealing only more trees, more shadows. The scent of pine was stronger here, mixed with the damp, earthy smell of decay. I walked perhaps 30 yards into the woods, my eyes straining, my ears alert. Every snapped twig, every rustle made me flinch. My own shadow, cast by the headlamp, danced grotesquely ahead of me, exaggerating every movement. There was nothing. No sign of human presence, no evidence of forced entry or hurried departure. It was just the woods, dark and silent, exactly as it always was, yet now imbued with a menacing quality. My gaze drifted back towards the clearing, trying to catch sight of Peggy. Through the trees, I could just make out her dark silhouette, still facing north, a silent sentinel. The distance seemed to amplify her message. She wasn't just looking into the woods, she was watching them. A cold dread began to set in, a deeper, more profound fear than simple spookiness. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't explainable by logic or human mischief. The sheer impossibility of it, combined with the absolute lack of any rational explanation, was starting to warp my understanding of the world. My mind, trained in practicalities, was struggling to cope. I turned back, pushing through the thorny bushes with more urgency. I emerged into the clearing, gasping slightly, as if I'd been holding my breath the entire time. I glanced at Peggy again, half expecting her to have turned back, to have returned to her original, comforting orientation. But she hadn't. She was still looking north. "'S okay," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Okay." My options narrowed. I could stay, try to wait it out, try to see if anything else happened. But the thought was unbearable. The sun was long gone and the temperature was dropping rapidly. I hadn't packed for an overnight stay. More importantly, I felt a deep, primal need to put distance between myself and this place, between myself and Peggy's impossible gaze. I decided to leave, immediately. The mile-and-a-half hike back to the truck seemed daunting in the darkness, but staying felt far worse. I would report it, of course, to whom I wasn't sure. My supervisor, old Bill, would just shake his head and probably suggest I needed a vacation. "Statues don't move themselves, son," he'd say, and he'd be right, except this one had. I took one last, long look at Peggy, trying to imprint her new orientation into my memory, to convince myself that I wasn't just hallucinating. Her face, etched in stone, seemed to hold a secret, a warning that transcended time. Then, without another word, I turned and practically jogged towards the trail entrance. My headlamp beam bounced wildly, illuminating patches of leaves and tree trunks. The familiar path now felt alien, treacherous. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every sound in the forest seemed to hold a hidden threat. I tried to focus on the crunch of my boots, the rhythm of my breathing, one foot in front of the other. Get to the truck, get to the truck. The mantra played on an endless loop in my mind. The forest pressed in on me, an invisible, suffocating weight. I felt an intense sensation of being watched, not just by Peggy, but by everything. By the trees, the darkness, the very air itself. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see something emerge from the darkness behind me. A flash of movement, a pair of eyes reflecting my headlamp. Nothing, just the relentless, impenetrable wall of night. The silence, previously so heavy, now seemed punctuated by subtle sounds I'd never noticed before: the soft hoot of an owl, the distant cry of some nocturnal animal, the almost imperceptible creak of branches shifting in the still air. Each sound grated on my frayed nerves, making me jump. My pace quickened, jogging turned into a clumsy run, my pack jostling against my back. I stumbled over a root, catching myself before I fell. My heart hammered, adrenaline coursing through me. This wasn't rational fear. This was instinct, pure and unfiltered. The woods felt alive, hostile. The trail wound downwards, following the natural contours of the bluff. The darkness here was absolute, deeper than in the clearing, with the tall canopy blocking out any faint starlight. My headlamp was my only beacon, a fragile bubble of light against an ocean of black. After what felt like an eternity, I recognized a cluster of particularly gnarled oak trees, a landmark about halfway down the trail. Relief, hot and sudden, washed over me. I was making progress. I wasn't lost, but the relief was short-lived. As I passed the oaks, I heard it, a sound, faint but distinct, that wasn't natural to the forest. It was a rhythmic tapping, a soft but persistent click-a-click-a-click. It seemed to come from deeper in the woods, off to my right, paralleling the trail. I froze, extinguishing my headlamp. The sudden, total darkness was terrifying, but I couldn't risk revealing my position if someone or something was out there. My eyes, useless in the pitch black, strained to make sense of the void. My ears, however, were suddenly hyper-alert. The tapping continued, click, click, click. It sounded metallic, maybe stone on stone or something hard striking wood. It wasn't the natural sounds of the forest. It was deliberate, and it was moving. It seemed to be keeping pace with where I had been. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a statue moving. This was real. Someone was out here, or something, and whatever it was following me. My mind raced, a person, a prankster, but the tapping didn't sound like a person. It was too regular, too mechanical. And why would they be tapping? To scare me. It was working. I held my breath, listening. The tapping seemed to stop. The forest went utterly silent again, a silence so profound it felt like the whole world was holding its breath with me. Then a rustle closer this time, just off the trail, maybe 20 feet away. A heavy tread, like something large moving through the undergrowth. And then the tapping resumed, closer still. Click, click, click. It wasn't a human stride. It was too slow, too deliberate, and the tapping was not consistent with footsteps. It was like something was being dragged, or something with a hard appendage was scraping along the ground. My heart thundered in my chest. I couldn't stay here. I had to move. Stealth. I had to be quiet. I took a tentative step forward, then another, trying to place my feet silently on the leaf-strewn ground. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I fumbled for my headlamp, then hesitated. If I turned it on, I'd be a target. If I didn't, I risked falling, tripping, making more noise, or even walking off the trail. The tapping sound stopped again. Then a sharp crack, like a dry branch snapping underfoot, much closer this time. I heard a soft exhalation, a sound that wasn't human, yet wasn't animal either. It was ragged, shallow. This was no prankster. My resolve hardened. Survival. That was the only thought. I clicked my headlamp back on, its beam instantly cutting through the oppressive darkness, banishing the worst of the shadows. I didn't care about being a target anymore. I needed to see. The path ahead was clear, thank God. I didn't look to my right, where the sound had come from. I focused straight ahead, pouring every ounce of energy into my legs, running faster than I ever had on that trail. My boots pounded on the ground, my breath came in ragged gasps. The hand axe felt heavy in my hand, a useless comfort against the unknown. The tapping didn't resume immediately, but I could hear sounds now behind me. Rustling, a heavy thud, the distinct sound of something large moving quickly through the undergrowth, not bothering with stealth. Whatever it was fast, and it was gaining. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. I forced myself to ignore the pain, to push harder. The truck. I just needed to reach the truck. I pictured it in my mind, the beat-up Ford, a beacon of safety, a shield against the encroaching terror. I ran for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes. The trail blurred into a tunnel of light and shadow. The sounds behind me grew louder, closer. I could hear the snapping of branches, the heavy thud of something large landing, the ragged exhalation, now closer, almost a whisper in my ear. And then I smelled it, a foul odor, a mix of damp earth, something vaguely metallic and something else, something I couldn't quite place, but it was sickly sweet and utterly repugnant. It was the smell of something old, something dead, and something unnatural. The scent hit me hard, causing my stomach to churn. It was thick in the air, overpowering the clean pine and damp earth. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder, my headlamp beam sweeping wildly behind me for a split second. I saw nothing concrete, just the dark, swirling mass of the forest, but in that fleeting instant, I thought I caught a glimpse of something tall, dark, and irregularly shaped, melting back into the shadows. Something that moved with an unnatural speed and fluidity. My imagination, I told myself, just my overactive imagination, but the terror in my gut told me otherwise. I focused on the path again, tears blurring my vision from the exertion and the fear. The trail was getting flatter, which meant I was approaching the turnaround. Almost there, almost there. Then through the trees ahead, I saw it. The faint outline of my truck, a dark block against the slightly less oppressive darkness of the wide gravel turnaround. Never had a beat-up Ford looked so beautiful. With a final surge of adrenaline, I burst out of the tree line and sprinted across the gravel. My hand fumbled for the truck door handle, yanking it open. I practically dove inside, slamming the door shut and locking it with a desperate click. I leaned back against the seat, gasping, my lungs burning, my body shaking uncontrollably. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. The smell, that awful, sickening smell, was still in the air, even inside the cab. I had brought it with me. I fumbled for the ignition, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key. It slid in and I twisted it. The engine sputtered, caught, and then roared to life. The familiar sound was like a balm to my shattered nerves. I threw the truck into reverse, stomping on the gas, spinning gravel as I backed out of the turnaround. As I started to drive forward, my headlights cut across the clearing where the access road began, and that's when I saw it. Standing at the very edge of the tree line, just where I had emerged, was a figure. It was tall, taller than any human I'd ever seen, easily 7 feet. Its form was slender, almost skeletal, and covered in what looked like dark, ragged cloth or matted fur that seemed to absorb the light, making it difficult to discern any details. Its limbs seemed too long, too thin, ending in appendages that were indistinct in the flickering light. Its head was small, almost featureless, and seemed to lack a neck, blending directly into its shoulders. But what truly froze my blood was its posture. It wasn't moving. It was simply standing there, utterly still, watching me. And from its position, it was also looking directly towards the north, towards Blackwood Bluff. towards where Peggy was staring. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator. I didn't dare take my eyes off the road, but the image of that thing was burned into my mind. It was silent, utterly unmoving, yet its presence was screaming. It wasn't a person. It wasn't an animal. It was something else. Something utterly alien and terrifying. I sped down the rough access road, the truck rattling and bouncing over potholes and loose gravel. Every bump sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see it appear, striding silently behind me, but the road was empty. The forest, however, felt very much alive, its dark depths concealing unseen horrors. The winding road eventually gave way to the slightly better maintained dirt track, and finally, after what felt like an eternity, I hit the main highway. The familiar roar of traffic, the distant glow of city lights was a sudden, jarring return to civilization. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hand still gripping the steering wheel in a white-knuckled death grip. I couldn't stop shaking. I took out my phone, intending to call anyone, but what would I say? Hello, 911. There's a 7-foot-tall, silent ragman monster chasing me in the woods because a statue turned its head. They'd probably send a mental health team. My supervisor, Bill, he'd just laugh. I stared at the phone in my hand, the screen glowing faintly in the dark cab. The rational world suddenly seemed a million miles away, a fragile facade over a reality I was only just beginning to glimpse. Peggy, the tapping, the smell, the thing in the woods, it was all connected, a terrifying tableau that defied every scientific principle I understood. I finally managed to take a deep, shuddering breath. My heart was still hammering, but the immediate terror had begun to recede, replaced by a cold, numbing shock. I needed to get home. I needed to be somewhere safe, somewhere with light and other people. I drove the rest of the way in a daze, the journey a blur. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the familiar sight of my small house felt like a sanctuary. I stumbled out of the truck, leaving my pack and the hand axe inside. I just needed to be inside. I locked the door behind me, double-checked it, then triple-checked it. I turned on every light in the house. The sudden brightness was almost painful after the absolute darkness of the woods, but it was a welcome pain. I walked into the living room, collapsing onto the sofa, still shaking. My mind replayed the events of the evening over and over. Peggy, the turn of her head, the silence, the tapping, the smell, the thing. It was all so utterly unbelievable, yet so terrifyingly real. My logical mind tried to pick it apart, find the explanation, but there was none. It was a hole in the fabric of my reality. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, brought on by exhaustion and the encroaching darkness. But the details were too vivid, the fear too visceral, the smell too distinct, and Peggy's head, that was undeniable. I had seen it with my own 2 eyes in dwindling light, then under the stark beam of my headlamp. I sat there for a long time, the silence of my house now a comfort, not a threat. The initial adrenaline rush had worn off, leaving me utterly drained. My body ached, my head throbbed, and my stomach was still a knot of nausea. I eventually made my way to the kitchen, needing something warm, something to ground me. I put on the kettle, my hands still trembling slightly as I poured water into a mug. As I waited for the tea to steep, I walked over to the window, peering out into the night. My street was quiet, dimly lit by streetlights. Normal, safe. But the image of that tall, dark figure at the tree line, utterly still, utterly watching, was seared into my memory. And the question that hammered at me, more chilling than anything else, was this: what was it? And why was it watching Blackwood Bluff? Why was Peggy looking at it? I spent the rest of the night wide awake, nursing my tea, the lights on, every shadow in my house seeming to hold a lurking threat. Sleep was impossible. Every rustle outside, every creak of the old house sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. I kept seeing Peggy's turned head, that expressionless stone face now imbued with a terrifying new meaning. As dawn approached, painting the sky with pale, watery light, I finally felt a sliver of exhaustion-induced calm. The logic started to reassert itself, however weakly. I needed to document this. I needed to go back. Not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. I couldn't leave it. My job was to maintain the sights, to understand them. And now, this sight had revealed a terrifying secret. I had to be careful. I couldn't just blurt this out to Bill or anyone else. I needed proof. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. My mind, despite the fear, was already starting to formulate a plan. A camera, something to record sounds, maybe even a basic wildlife trap camera, positioned strategically. The sun finally rose, casting long, familiar shadows across my living room floor. The world outside looked normal again, bathed in the comforting light of morning. The birds were singing. Distant traffic sounds filled the air, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my world had fundamentally changed. Blackwood Bluff was no longer just a remote state property. It was a place where the veil between the known and the unknown had thinned, and I had stumbled through it. And I had a terrible feeling that whatever was on the other side, it had taken notice. The smell, however, lingered. A faint, almost imperceptible trace of that sickly sweet, metallic, repugnant odor clung to my clothes, to my skin, to the inside of my truck. It was a physical reminder that what I had experienced was not a nightmare, but a waking horror. I showered, scrubbing vigorously, but the scent seemed to cling to my senses, a phantom presence that refused to be washed away. Later that morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face the prospect of going to work, of pretending everything was normal. My mind was still reeling, a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. I tried to focus on mundane tasks, making breakfast, tidying up, but my thoughts kept drifting back to Blackwood Bluff, to Peggy, to the thing in the woods. I knew I couldn't just forget about it. It wasn't in my nature. I was a problem solver, a fixer, and this was a problem unlike any I had ever encountered. The park's policy manual didn't have a section on statues turning heads or tall, dark entities in the woods. This was uncharted territory, and I was on my own. I pulled out a topographic map of the Blackwood Bluff area, spreading it out on my kitchen table. I traced the winding gravel road, the access trail, the small clearing. My finger hovered over the location of the statue. North. Peggy was looking north, into that dense, unbroken expanse of forest. What was out there? What did she see? I remembered the tapping, the click, click, click. It had sounded metallic or like stone, and the ragged exhalation, the smell, and the thing, tall, dark, silent. My hand trembled as I drew a small X on the map, marking the approximate location where I had seen it at the edge of the tree line. A new, chilling thought occurred to me. The thing was standing where the access road started, watching the bluff. Was it guarding something, or was it waiting for something? And what was its connection to Peggy? Had it turned her head, or was she, in some inexplicable way, reacting to its presence, or to something it was associated with? The questions piled up, each one more unsettling than the last. I needed answers. More than that, I felt a strange, compelling pull to understand. It was a mixture of fear and a grim, almost academic curiosity. This was real, and I was now a part of it. I decided I needed to be prepared. My gear. I started thinking about what I would need for a return trip, not as a park maintenance specialist, but as an amateur investigator. Better lights, more powerful ones. A proper camera, not just my phone, binoculars. Maybe something for defense, though the hand axe felt pitiful against the image of that thing. A knife, a sturdy walking stick. The thought of going back filled me with dread, but also with a strange sense of purpose. I couldn't just abandon Blackwood Bluff. It was part of my responsibility. And now, that responsibility extended beyond clearing trails and checking fences. It extended into the realm of the unknown. I spent the day researching local folklore, old newspaper archives, anything I could find about Blackwood Bluff. The park itself was relatively new, designated a state preserve in the 1970s, but the bluff itself, the name, must have a longer history. I found vague references to early pioneer settlements in the general region, some abandoned due to harsh winters or unexplained disappearances. Nothing specific to Blackwood Bluff or a stone statue. No stories of local monsters or strange phenomena, just the usual frontier hardships. The lack of information was almost as unsettling as the events themselves. It meant whatever was happening was either completely new or so old and hidden that it had faded from common knowledge. As evening approached, the fear began to creep back in. The safety of daylight receded, and the shadows in my house seemed to lengthen and deepen. I knew I couldn't spend another night like the last. I needed sleep, real sleep, not the fitful dozing I had managed. I called Bill. Hey Bill, still feeling under the weather. Think I'll take tomorrow off too, just to be safe. Bill grunted. All right, just don't make a habit of it, kid. Got that new trail to clear down by Cedar Creek. Yeah, will do. Just need to shake this thing off. You sound a bit off. Everything all right? Just tired, Bill. Real tired. All right, get some rest. I hung up, feeling a pang of guilt for lying to him, but what could I have said? He wouldn't understand. No one would. This was my burden, my secret. I ate a quick, tasteless dinner, my appetite gone. Then I went to my bedroom, leaving all the lights on again. I tried to read, but the words blurred. My mind kept returning to Peggy, her stone face now a haunting presence in my thoughts. I finally drifted into a restless sleep, filled with fragmented images. A towering shadow, the persistent click-a-click-a-click, Peggy's unwavering gaze into the dark woods. I awoke several times in a cold sweat, convinced I heard something outside or felt that sickening smell. The next morning I was still exhausted, but a new resolve had solidified. I couldn't ignore this. I had to go back, not to confirm what I had seen, but to understand it, to find answers. I pulled out my old backpack, the one I used for more serious hiking, not just light maintenance work. I started gathering supplies, a powerful LED spotlight, a pair of night vision binoculars I'd bought on a whim a few years ago for stargazing, a small digital camera with good low-light capabilities, spare batteries, a first aid kit, extra water and snacks. I debated about bringing my hunting rifle, a bolt-action .3006. It felt extreme, but the image of that thing in the woods was fresh in my mind. Ultimately, I decided against it. It felt like escalating something I didn't understand, and carrying it around would only make me look like a lunatic if anyone saw me. Besides, what if it wasn't something a bullet could stop? I settled for my large, sturdy hunting knife, a solid 8-inch blade along with the hand axe. Not much, but it was something. I wanted to observe, not confront. My plan was to go back during daylight, of course, to revisit the clearing, examine Peggy, and then, if I dared, to venture into the northern woods during the day where she was looking. The daylight would offer some comfort, some sense of security. It would be easier to look for tracks, for signs, for anything. I spent the afternoon sharpening my knife, checking my gear, trying to focus on the practicalities, anything to keep the fear at bay. The more prepared I felt, the more in control, the less overwhelming the dread became. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, a familiar knot formed in my stomach. The forest was already starting to call to me, beckoning with its secrets and its terrors. I decided to wait until first light tomorrow. I needed a clear head and the stark light of midday to face whatever was out there. That night I managed a slightly better sleep, though still restless. The idea of a concrete plan of action was a strange kind of comfort. I was no longer a terrified victim. I was an observer, an investigator. That distinction, however slim, made a difference. The next morning I woke before dawn, a sense of grim determination setting in. I ate a solid breakfast, drank strong coffee, and went through my gear one last time. My boots felt heavy, my pack felt heavier, loaded not just with supplies, but with the weight of the unknown. I drove back to Blackwood Bluff, the familiar route now laced with a palpable tension. The sun was rising, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, but the beauty of it was lost on me. My gaze was fixed on the road ahead, my mind on what awaited me. I pulled into the unofficial parking spot, the wide gravel turnaround. My truck, undisturbed, sat just as I had left it. I grabbed my pack, the knife sheathed on my belt, the hand axe tucked into a loop. I took a deep breath, the air crisp and cold, carrying the familiar scent of pine. The trail to the clearing stretched ahead, peaceful and serene in the morning light. It looked utterly normal, but I knew better. I knew that beneath the veneer of normalcy, something profound and unsettling had taken root. I started my hike, my boots crunching on the dry leaves. Every shadow seemed to hold a memory of the previous night's terror. The same gnarled oaks, the same dense undergrowth, but now, in the light, it felt less menacing, more approachable. Still, I was on high alert, my senses straining for anything out of place. The mile-and-a-half hike felt quicker this time, though my heart was still pounding. I emerged into the clearing, the familiar circular space bathed in the gentle morning light, and there she was, Peggy. I stopped dead, my breath catching in my throat. My eyes immediately went to her head, and then a fresh wave of disbelief, quickly followed by a cold, sickening dread, washed over me. Peggy's head was still turned north, but not quite. It wasn't the same exact angle as before. It had shifted again, not back to its original eastward gaze, but slightly further. She was now looking even deeper into the northern woods, her stone gaze unwavering, her silent vigil intensified, and her mouth, her normally firm, closed mouth, seemed to be open, just a fraction, as if in a silent, petrified scream. My stomach lurched, a cold wave of nausea washing over me. Peggy's mouth. It was such a subtle change, almost imperceptible at first glance, but now that I saw it, it couldn't be unseen. The usually tightly sealed lips, a thin, stoic line, were now parted, a dark sliver visible where stone met stone. It wasn't a gaping maw, not overtly horrifying, but the implications were. A statue that had moved its head was impossible enough. One that now seemed to possess a semblance of expression, of petrified terror, was something else entirely. It felt like the stone itself was alive, reacting, suffering. I took a shaky step closer, my hand instinctively going to the hilt of the hunting knife on my belt. The cold steel was a grounding presence, even if I knew it was likely useless. The morning sun, usually so comforting, now felt weak, struggling against the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to cling to this clearing. I circled Peggy slowly, my gaze fixed on her face. The angle of her head was indeed different. If before she was looking straight north into the woods, now she was angled slightly to the northwest, deeper into the untouched wilderness. Her silent scream, that tiny, petrified opening of her mouth, was directed precisely into that vast, dark expanse. What had she seen? What was she reacting to, even now in this bright, clear morning? My mind raced, trying to reconcile this new impossibility with the already impossible events of 2 nights prior. Vandalism was completely out of the question. Even if someone had the strength and tools to somehow rotate the heavy stone head, how could they have made the mouth open? There were no visible seams, no cracks, no signs of separate pieces being manipulated. It looked as if the very stone had softened, flowed, and then hardened again in this new, terrifying configuration. I pulled out my camera, the small digital one with good low-light capabilities, and started taking pictures from every conceivable angle. Close-ups of her face, wide shots of the statue in the clearing, shots that clearly showed her orientation. I wanted to document everything, to have irrefutable proof, even if I didn't know who I'd ever show it to. Each click of the shutter felt like a small act of defiance against the inexplicable, an attempt to bring some order to the chaos unfolding around me. After documenting Peggy's new state, I moved my attention to the ground around the statue. I knelt, examining every leaf, every patch of moss. The soil was firm, mostly covered in dry leaves and pine needles. Still no footprints other than my own. No discarded tools, no cigarette butts, no fresh scuff marks. The clearing was perfectly undisturbed, a pristine stage for an impossible play. It was as if whatever had happened without leaving a trace, without disturbing a single fallen twig. This only deepened the chilling realization that this wasn't human. The air, though crisp, still carried a faint, unsettling echo of that sickly sweet metallic odor. It was much fainter than the other night, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a phantom scent clinging to the edges of my awareness, a chilling reminder of the entity I had encountered. I took a deep breath, trying to pinpoint its source, but it seemed to dissipate into the general forest air, a ghost of a smell. My heart was still thudding in my chest, a dull, persistent drumbeat. The fear was different now, less a frantic terror and more a cold, calculating dread. I was here on purpose, ready to investigate, but the sight of Peggy's open mouth, her intensified gaze into the deep woods, was a powerful deterrent. It felt like a warning, a silent plea to turn back. But I couldn't. The pull to understand, to uncover the truth of Blackwood Bluff, was too strong. I had come prepared. This was the moment of truth. I shouldered my pack, took out my powerful LED spotlight, even though it was daylight. It felt like a tangible connection to my planned mission. Then I turned my gaze towards the northwestern edge of the clearing, the direction Peggy's eyes were now fixed. The forest here was even denser than the section I had briefly ventured into 2 nights ago. Thick stands of ancient pine trees, their branches interlaced, formed a formidable barrier. The undergrowth was a tangle of blackberry bushes, ferns, and decaying logs, a natural, almost impenetrable wall. It was truly untamed wilderness, far from any established trail. "All right, Peggy," I whispered, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vast silence of the woods. "Let's see what you're looking at." I took a deep breath, the cold air burning slightly in my lungs. My hunting knife was now unsheathed in my hand, its 8-inch blade glinting faintly in the dappled sunlight. It felt ridiculously inadequate, but it was a comfort nonetheless. The hand axe was still tucked securely in my belt. I pushed into the undergrowth, the thorny branches scraping against my jacket, the dry leaves crunching loudly under my boots. I moved slowly, deliberately, my eyes scanning every inch of the forest floor, every tree trunk, every shadow. I was looking for anything, tracks, disturbed earth, broken branches that weren't natural, anything that might indicate the passage of a large creature or the activity of something unnatural. The further I went, the deeper the silence became. It was no longer the merely peaceful quiet of the forest. It was a profound, almost stifling stillness that seemed to swallow every sound. The birdsong that had accompanied my hike faded away, replaced by an unnerving absence of sound. Even the rustle of leaves beneath my feet seemed muffled, absorbed by the dense canopy above. The light grew dimmer as the trees closed in, their branches weaving a thick ceiling that blocked out much of the sunlight. The air here was cooler, heavier, carrying a stronger scent of damp earth and pine, but still with that faint, metallic tang that unsettled me. I walked perhaps 100 yards, then 200, carefully picking my way through the dense vegetation. It was slow going. I was using my internal compass, constantly checking my bearing, trying to keep a straight line in the direction Peggy was looking. I focused on the ground, searching for anything anomalous. And then I saw it, faint, almost imperceptible, but there. A series of long, shallow indentations in the soft, damp earth, partially obscured by fallen leaves. They weren't footprints in the traditional sense, more like long, narrow gouges, as if something heavy and irregular had been dragged across the ground. They were widely spaced, too far apart for a human stride, even for a very tall person. My heart hammered. This was it. Proof, physical evidence. I knelt, carefully brushing away the leaves to get a clearer look. The gouges were indeed long and narrow, several inches wide, and roughly a foot or so in length, spaced about 3 to 4 feet apart. They followed a meandering path, leading deeper into the woods, precisely in the direction Peggy's gaze was fixed. I pulled out my camera again, taking close-up shots of the indentations. They weren't deep, suggesting that whatever made them wasn't incredibly heavy, or perhaps that it had been moving with a strange, gliding motion. But their regularity, their distinct non-natural pattern, was undeniable. This was the trace of something that didn't belong. I followed the tracks, my senses on high alert. The knife felt heavier in my hand, more substantial. The silence pressed in watchful. Every snap of a twig, every rustle made me flinch. I felt an intense sense of being an intruder, of treading where I shouldn't. The tracks led me deeper, through a particularly dense thicket of spruce trees, their needles brushing against my clothes. The faint smell grew stronger here, more distinct, confirming that I was heading in the right direction. It was still sickeningly sweet, metallic, and utterly repugnant, like decaying meat mixed with something sterile and inorganic. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end. After another 50 yards or so, the tracks led me to a small, natural clearing, no more than 20 feet in diameter, nestled deep within the pines. It was circular, almost perfectly so, as if it had been deliberately created. The ground here was surprisingly bare, a patch of exposed, dark earth, mostly free of leaves and undergrowth. In the center of this clearing, standing upright, was a single, peculiar object. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My eyes widened in disbelief. It was a pole roughly 8 feet tall, slender but sturdy, made of dark, polished wood, almost like petrified timber. It was perfectly smooth, devoid of bark or knots, tapering slightly towards the top. But it wasn't the pole itself that captivated me. It was what was attached to it. Near the top, secured by what looked like thick, dark sinew, was a human skull, but not just any human skull. It was aged, weathered, stained a deep, dark brown, almost black, with patches of what looked like dried moss clinging to its crevices. Its jaw was missing, leaving a gaping, empty maw. Its eye sockets stared out, hollow and devoid of expression, yet somehow conveying an ancient, desolate despair. And on either side of the skull, suspended by more of the dark sinew, hung two objects. On the left, a large, irregularly shaped piece of stone, dark gray and smooth, almost perfectly round but flattened on one side. It resembled a river stone but was too large, too perfectly symmetrical in its roundness to be entirely natural. And on the right, hanging directly opposite the stone, was a single long bone. It was clearly mammalian, too large to be human, and too thick to be from a deer or bear. It was a femur, from something massive, ancient, and powerful, bleached white and smooth, worn by time. The entire arrangement was utterly chilling. It was a totem, a macabre altar, a statement. It was primitive, yet intentional, and it pulsed with an unsettling energy, a sense of profound wrongness that made my skin crawl. My mind scrambled to process what I was seeing: a human skull, an ancient, massive bone, a perfectly round stone. This was not natural. This was not a prank. This was a deliberate construction, an artifact of something utterly alien and ancient. I remembered the tapping sound. Click, click, click. Could it have been that stone object, or the bone, striking against something as the entity moved? Or perhaps the entity itself was holding these objects? The sickly sweet metallic smell was incredibly strong here, almost overpowering. It clung to the air like a shroud, making me gag. It emanated from the totem, from the very ground around it. This was the source of the stench. I raised my camera again, my hands trembling slightly. I needed to document this, every detail. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. This was primal, terrifying, and profoundly significant. I took multiple shots, zooming in on the skull, the stone, the bone, the dark sinew. As I moved around the clearing, documenting the totem, my foot nudged something partially buried in the loose earth near the base of the pole. I looked down. It was a small, crudely carved wooden figurine, perhaps 4 inches tall. It depicted a vaguely humanoid figure, thin and elongated, with disproportionately long limbs and a small, featureless head. It was crudely made, but the form was unmistakable. It was the thing I had seen at the edge of the access road. A shiver of profound terror ran down my spine. The connection was undeniable. This totem, this dark altar, was related to the entity. Was it a shrine, a marker, a warning? I photographed the figurine, but resisted the urge to pick it up. My instinct screamed at me not to touch anything in this clearing. This place felt consecrated, imbued with a dark, ancient power that I couldn't comprehend. My gaze drifted from the totem to the surrounding forest. The clearing felt like an eye in the wilderness, watching, waiting. The trees around it seemed to press in, almost protectively, as if guarding this dark secret. And then I noticed something else, subtle but profoundly unsettling. The trees at the far edge of the clearing, directly opposite where I stood, were different. They were slightly twisted, their bark darker, their branches more gnarled than the surrounding pines. And in the center of this cluster of warped trees, almost hidden by the dense foliage, was a dark, jagged opening in the earth. It wasn't a natural cave entrance. It was too regular, too deliberate, like a rough-hewn doorway carved into the side of a small, rocky outcropping. The darkness within seemed absolute, deeper than any natural shadow. It was a gaping maw, an invitation to a deeper mystery, a darker horror. My rational mind, battered and bruised, tried to assert itself. It was probably just an old root cellar or a natural fissure, but every fiber of my being screamed otherwise. This was the nexus. This was what Peggy was looking at, what the entity was connected to. The air around the opening was noticeably colder, a chill that had nothing to do with the morning temperature. And the smell, that repugnant odor, was strongest here, emanating from the dark depths within. It was a smell of decay, of damp earth, of something ancient and unliving, combined with that metallic, sickly sweet tang. I took a few hesitant steps towards the opening, my hand still gripping the knife tightly. My spotlight, still in my other hand, felt heavier, its beam suddenly inadequate for the darkness ahead. As I got closer, I could make out rough, almost crystalline edges around the opening, as if the stone had been melted and reformed by immense heat or by some unnatural geological process. It wasn't smooth, not carved, but more like a violent tear in the earth. I peered into the darkness, my headlamp beam slicing through the gloom. It revealed a narrow, rough-hewn passage leading downwards at a gentle slope. The walls seemed to shimmer faintly, reflecting the light in an unsettling way, as if coated in tiny, dark crystals. The floor was rough, uneven earth, and the air within was utterly still, heavy, and thick with the foul odor. My breath hitched, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure adrenaline and fear. This was a direct link to the unknown. This was where the answers lay, or where the questions would multiply into something even more horrifying. I stood at the threshold, torn. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to never look back, to erase this place from my memory. This was beyond my pay grade, beyond my understanding. But another, more powerful force, a grim, insistent curiosity, compelled me forward. I had to know. I had come this far. To turn back now, to leave this unexamined, felt like a betrayal of some unwritten pact I had made with myself, with Peggy's silent scream. I made a decision. I would not enter the cave now. I was alone, and despite my preparations, I was ill-equipped for underground exploration, but I would document its existence. I carefully took more photos, capturing the dark maw, the twisted trees around it, trying to show the unsettling texture of its entrance. I used my night vision binoculars, peering into the blackness, but they only showed a slightly greener, still indistinct tunnel. The darkness seemed to absorb even the amplified light. As I was taking a final panoramic shot of the clearing, encompassing the totem and the cave entrance, I heard it. A faint sound, distant, almost swallowed by the oppressive silence. A soft, rhythmic click, click, click. My blood ran cold. It was coming from the direction I had just come from the main clearing, from Blackwood Bluff. I spun around, my headlamp beam sweeping wildly. Nothing, just the dense forest. But the sound, once heard, now seemed to echo in my mind. It was closer than it had been 2 nights ago, and it was moving. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. It was back. The thing was back, or it had never left. I snapped the lens cap back onto my camera, jammed it into my pack, and gripped my knife tighter. My plan to meticulously investigate was shattered, replaced by the primal urge to escape. The silence, so heavy just moments ago, now felt like a prelude to something terrible. I didn't waste another second. I turned and pushed my way back through the thicket of spruce trees, retracing my steps as quickly as I dared. My boots crunched loudly on the leaves, each sound amplified in the terrifying silence. I risked a glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see the tall, dark figure emerge from behind the totem, but nothing was there. Just the macabre pole, standing sentinel over the dark entrance. The click-a-click-a-click grew slightly louder, closer, more distinct. It sounded like something hard, something metallic or stone, tapping against the ground with a deliberate rhythm, like a blind man's cane. It wasn't regular footsteps. It was interspersed with the heavy, dragging sound I remembered. My heart pounded, adrenaline flooding my system. I was running blind through the dense undergrowth, not caring about stealth anymore, just speed. Branches whipped at my face, thorns snagged my clothes, but I barely registered the pain. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and that sound, between myself and whatever was making it. I burst out of the dense spruce thicket, crashing through a curtain of blackberry bushes, and stumbled into the main clearing. My eyes immediately darted to Peggy. She was still there, still facing northwest, her mouth still slightly open in that petrified scream. But then my gaze swept past her, towards the trail entrance. And there it was. Standing at the very edge of the tree line, exactly where the trail began, was the figure. Tall, slender, almost skeletal, cloaked in dark, ragged material that seemed to drink the light. Its limbs were disproportionately long, its head small and featureless, blending into its shoulders. It was utterly still, observing, watching the clearing, watching Peggy. And in its right hand, held loosely, almost delicately, was the large, smooth, dark gray stone that had been hanging from the totem pole. As I stared, transfixed, it slowly, deliberately, brought the stone down and tapped it once on the exposed root of a nearby pine tree. Click! The sound was sharp, chilling, undeniable. It was the source of the rhythmic tapping. The entity was holding the stone, using it. It wasn't being dragged, it was being tapped. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins. It had come from deeper in the woods, picked up the stone, and then moved towards the clearing, towards Peggy. It had been here the whole time, or it had returned very quickly. The creature's gaze, though featureless, felt intensely focused on me. A profound, ancient intelligence seemed to emanate from its still form. It wasn't just observing, it was acknowledging my presence. I stood there frozen, rooted to the spot by a terror so absolute it stole my breath. My knife, still clutched in my hand, felt like a child's toy. This was no animal I could scare off, no prankster I could confront. This was something utterly alien, utterly powerful, and utterly beyond my comprehension. The creature took a single, slow step forward, then another. Its movement was unnervingly fluid, a graceful, almost gliding motion that belied its skeletal appearance. It made no sound, save for the rhythmic click of the stone against the ground as it walked. Each click was a hammer blow to my frayed nerves. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, but my legs wouldn't obey. I was trapped, caught in its silent, chilling gaze. It was crossing the clearing now, slowly, deliberately, each step bringing it closer to Peggy and to me. I noticed something new, something that made the fear even more acute. The ragged material it was cloaked in wasn't cloth or fur. As it moved, I could see glimpses beneath it, glimpses of dark, gnarled wood like branches or dried roots, intertwined and fused together, forming its body. It wasn't wearing a cloak, it was the cloak. It was a being of fused wood and shadow, animated by some malevolent will. And the sickly sweet, metallic smell was incredibly strong now, emanating directly from it, suffocating me. It stopped a few feet from Peggy, its tall, slender form dwarfing the stone statue. It seemed to look at Peggy, its featureless head tilted slightly. Then, slowly, it raised the stone in its hand, and with an agonizing deliberation, extended it towards Peggy's face. My mind screamed, no. It didn't touch her. Instead, it tapped the stone lightly, once against the air just inches from Peggy's now open mouth. Click! And then I heard it, a faint, almost inaudible sound, a soft, dry rasp like stone on stone or bone on bone. It was coming from Peggy's mouth. My eyes darted to the statue. Her mouth, that tiny, petrified opening, seemed to tremble, almost imperceptibly. And then slowly, agonizingly slowly, the gap widened. Just a fraction, but enough to make it undeniably clear. The stone was moving, articulating, as if Peggy was trying to speak. The creature remained utterly still, the stone suspended near Peggy's mouth, its featureless head tilted, as if listening intently. The rasping sound from Peggy's mouth continued, faint, dry, like ancient gears grinding. And then a sound I would never forget. A low, guttural murmur, deep and resonant, seemed to emanate not from Peggy's stone lips, but from the very air around her. It was a language I didn't understand, ancient and alien, a whispered secret carried on the still forest air. It sounded like a mournful sigh, a desolate plea, a warning. The entity lowered the stone, but kept its hand near Peggy's mouth, its head still tilted. It seemed to be in communication with the statue, a silent, terrifying dialogue unfolding before my eyes. I was witnessing something utterly impossible, something that defied all laws of physics and nature. A stone statue was speaking, or at least articulating, and a creature of living wood and shadow was listening, communicating. The murmuring from Peggy grew slightly louder, more distinct. It wasn't human speech, but a series of elongated, sibilant sounds, interspersed with deeper, almost subterranean tones. It carried an overwhelming sense of age, of untold centuries of quiet suffering and observation. I felt a profound shift in the very fabric of reality. This wasn't just a local mystery. This was something far deeper, far older, connected to forces I couldn't even begin to imagine, and I was standing in the middle of it. Suddenly, the entity turned its featureless head, its gaze sweeping away from Peggy and settling directly on me. The intensity of its silent stare was suffocating. I felt as though it was peering directly into my soul, weighing me, judging me. The murmuring from Peggy stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was absolute, terrifying. The creature took another slow, deliberate step towards me, the stone still clutched in its hand. Then another, and another. Each click of the stone on the ground resonated through the clearing, through my bones. My legs finally unlocked. This was it, fight or flight, and there was no fighting this. I spun around, abandoning all caution, and sprinted for the trail. My pack bounced against my back, my knife still in my hand, but I didn't care. All that mattered was distance, escape. My boots pounded on the dry leaves, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I could feel its presence behind me, that cold, heavy silence following me, the foul odor clinging to the air. I expected to hear the click, click, click resuming behind me, but I didn't. Just the terrifying silence and the knowledge that it was there, watching me run. I ran faster than I ever thought possible, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The familiar trail was a blur, a tunnel through the terrifying unknown. I stumbled, nearly fell, but caught myself pushing harder. The image of Peggy's speaking mouth and the silent, wooden entity was seared into my mind, propelling me forward. I burst out of the tree line and onto the gravel turnaround, gasping for breath, my vision blurred by exertion and terror. My truck was still there, a beacon of safety. I fumbled for the door handle, yanked it open, and dove inside, slamming it shut and locking it with a desperate click. My hands shook uncontrollably as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a comforting sound of the familiar world. I threw the truck into reverse, spinning gravel, then slammed it into drive, peeling out of the turnaround. As I drove away, my rearview mirror was filled with the image of the clearing. And there it was, Standing perfectly still at the edge of the trees, by the trail entrance, was the tall, dark figure. It was watching me, and beside it, its head still tilted northwest, its mouth slightly open, was Peggy. The entity still held the stone. It didn't move, didn't pursue. It just stood there, a silent, dark sentinel, watching me disappear down the access road. I drove like a madman, the rough track jarring my teeth, but I barely noticed. My mind was reeling, a maelstrom of terror and disbelief. Peggy spoke. The entity communicated with her, and it had watched me let me go for now. The main highway eventually appeared, a lifeline back to sanity. But sanity felt like a flimsy concept now. My world had been irrevocably shattered. I pulled over again, further down the highway, needing to collect myself. My whole body was shaking, tremors running through me that I couldn't control. My breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. The foul odor, that pervasive, sickening smell, was still clinging to me, a physical manifestation of the horror I had just witnessed. I took out my phone, my hands still trembling. Who to call? What to say? How could I possibly explain this? No one would ever believe me. They'd think I'd lost my mind. But the documentation, the photos, I had proof, or at least I had images that would raise questions, even if they couldn't fully explain the impossible. I scrolled through the pictures I had taken. Peggy's turned head, her open mouth, the chilling totem pole with the skull and bone, the crudely carved figurine, the dark, jagged entrance to the cave. It was all there, a dark tapestry of the inexplicable. My mind, despite the terror, was already racing, trying to put the pieces together. The entity, the totem, the cave, Peggy, it was all intricately linked. The entity was not just a random monster. It was tied to this place, to that cave, and to the statue. Was Peggy a guardian, a prisoner, a sentient observer? Her changing orientation, her speaking, felt like a reaction, a warning, perhaps even a desperate attempt at communication. And the cave, that dark maw in the earth, that was the source, the heart of it all. The entity seemed to emerge from it or guard it. The totem was an offering, a marker, or a point of focus. I had stumbled upon something ancient, something that had been hidden for centuries beneath the guise of a forgotten state park. And now I was inextricably entangled in it. The entity had let me go, but for how long? Had it allowed me to see, to hear, so that I would understand? Or was it simply playing a terrifying game? The thought of going back filled me with absolute dread, but the thought of not going back was even worse. This was no longer just a job, it was a mission, a terrifying, life-altering mission. I had to understand. I had to know what was in that cave, what Peggy was saying, and what the entity truly was. But I couldn't go back alone. Not again. Not into that cave. I needed help. I needed someone to believe me, or at least to come with me to see for themselves. But who? My immediate supervisor, Bill, was out. He'd never believe it. Local law enforcement. They'd laugh me out of the station. Academics, anthropologists, archaeologists. They might be interested in the totem and the cave entrance, but the moving statue and the walking wooden monster would send them packing. I needed someone who understood the unusual, someone who dealt with things that defied explanation. My mind drifted back to a story I'd heard years ago, an old urban legend from my college days, about a shadowy government agency that investigated unexplained phenomena. It was probably just campfire talk, but in my current state, even the most outlandish possibilities seemed plausible. No, that was too extreme. I needed something more grounded, more immediate. Someone I could trust, someone who wasn't afraid to step outside the bounds of conventional thinking. I thought of Sarah Miller. We had gone to college together, both studying environmental science. She had gone on to become a specialist in unusual geological formations and subterranean ecosystems, working independently as a consultant for various research groups. She was brilliant, fiercely intelligent, and had an open mind. More importantly, she was practical, resourceful, and wouldn't dismiss me outright. We hadn't seen each other in years, but we had always kept in touch, albeit loosely. She was the only one I could think of who might even consider taking me seriously. It was a long shot, a desperate hope, but she was my best, perhaps only option. I needed to plan, to strategize. I couldn't just blurt out the full story. I would need to carefully present the evidence, lead her to the truth, or at least to the undeniable facts. The photos would be crucial. The smell, if it still lingered on my clothes, might be a factor. I drove home in a daze, the familiar world outside my truck feeling distant and surreal. The sun was high in the sky, casting long, familiar shadows, but its warmth did nothing to dispel the cold dread that had settled deep in my bones. Blackwood Bluff was no longer just a remote state property. It was a doorway to an ancient horror, and I had just peered through. And whatever was behind that door, it knew I was there. I pulled into my driveway, the house a familiar, welcome sight, but it felt less like a sanctuary now, and more like a temporary refuge. The world outside, the real world, had changed, and I had changed with it. I locked the door behind me, triple-checked it, and then collapsed onto the sofa. My body ached, my head throbbed, and my mind was a whirlwind of terrifying images and impossible questions. The foul odor still clung to me, a constant, sickening reminder. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was just the beginning. The entity had let me go, but it hadn't released me. I was now a part of Blackwood Bluff's ancient, terrifying secret, and I had a profound, terrifying feeling that I was meant to bring someone back. Sarah. I stared at my phone, the contact for Sarah Miller glowing on the screen. The decision was made. I couldn't face this alone. I needed to call her. But first, I needed to gather my thoughts, compose myself, and figure out exactly what I was going to say. Because once I made that call, there would be no turning back. I stared at my phone, the contact for Sarah Miller glowing on the screen. The decision was made. I couldn't face this alone. I needed to call her. But first, I needed to gather my thoughts, compose myself, and figure out exactly what I was going to say. Because once I made that call, there would be no turning back. The house was silent, save for the frantic pounding of my heart. The lingering stench of the woods still clung to me, a constant, sickening reminder of what I had witnessed. I peeled off my clothes, throwing them into a corner of the bathroom, away from everything else. Another long, hot shower, scrubbing my skin raw, but the phantom scent persisted, embedded deep in my memory. As I stepped out, wrapped in a fresh towel, I felt marginally cleaner, but the mental grime of Blackwood Bluff remained. I made myself a strong coffee, though it was early afternoon. Sleep felt like a distant, unattainable luxury. My mind raced, trying to construct a narrative, a plausible explanation for Sarah. I couldn't just blurt out, "A stone statue is talking to a tree monster in the woods, and I found a skull on a stick." She'd hang up. I needed to be strategic, to appeal to her scientific curiosity, her love for the unusual and unexplained in a geological and biological context. I pulled out my laptop, downloaded the photos from my camera, and organized them. Peggy's head shifted again, her mouth open. The totem pole, the skull, the ancient bone, the smooth stone, the crudely carved figurine, and most importantly, the dark, jagged maw of the cave entrance with its strange, crystalline edges. These were my undeniable facts, the hooks I would use. I rehearsed the conversation in my head, pacing my living room. Start with the professional aspect. a state park site, Blackwood Bluff, known for its unique geological features and ancient trees. Mention a routine inspection. Then the anomaly, the statue Peggy, its unexpected shift, her new orientation. Present the photos. Then the discovery of the totem, its unusual construction, the bones, the figurine. Again, the photos. And finally, the cave. The strange geology, the peculiar emanations, the strong, unsettling odor. I would frame it as a potential subterranean ecosystem, an unknown geological phenomenon, perhaps an undiscovered mineral deposit. That was her language. I'd carefully withhold the talking statue and tree monster parts until she was physically there, seeing it for herself. No, maybe I'd hint at unusual biological activity, strange animal behaviors, inexplicable phenomena. I needed to walk a tightrope between scientific truth and the utterly bizarre. My hand trembled as I finally picked up the phone. I scrolled to Sarah's contact. Her profile picture, a smiling woman with a tangle of dark, curly hair and bright, intelligent eyes, felt like a lifeline to the normal world. I took a deep, shuddering breath and pressed call. It rang 3 times before she answered, her voice clear and cheerful. Alex, wow, blast from the past. Everything all right, it's been ages. Hey Sarah, my voice came out rougher than I intended, betraying my frayed nerves. I cleared my throat. Yeah, it's been a while. Good to hear your voice. I hope I'm not calling at a bad time. No, not at all. Just finishing up a report on some sinkhole erosion in Kentucky. What's up? You sound a bit intense. Here we go. Look, Sarah, I wouldn't call you out of the blue like this if it wasn't important. I think I've stumbled onto something really unusual, potentially significant, and honestly, a little unsettling. She paused, unsettling. That's not like you, Alex. You're usually unflappable. Lay it on me. I took a deep breath. I'm out here working for state parks, maintenance and site monitoring. One of my sites is called Blackwood Bluff. It's a remote preserve, ancient forest, some unique geology. It's also home to an old, curious stone statue, a local landmark. Nothing official, just Peggy, as the locals call her. Been there forever, supposed to mark a property line or something. Okay, I'm with you so far. Stone statue, remote preserve. What's the anomaly? Well, 2 nights ago, I was doing a late check. Dwindling light. I swear Peggy's head had moved. It was facing north, towards the deeper woods, not east as it always has. I thought I was hallucinating, stress, exhaustion, But I went back this morning in broad daylight, fully prepared to prove myself wrong. And it had moved again, slightly. And her mouth is now open, just a fraction. It looks like a silent scream. There was a silence on Sarah's end, a very long silence. Alex, she said slowly, are you telling me a stone statue articulated its head and mouth? I know how it sounds, I rushed to interject. Impossible, insane, but I have photos, Sarah, detailed, time-stamped photos, before and after, and photos of its current state. Photos of a shifted head I might believe if it was vandalism, a prank with heavy equipment, she said, her voice still cautious, a hint of scientific skepticism, but an open mouth without visible damage or seams. Exactly, no damage, no signs of manipulation. It looks like the stone itself changed, like it softened and reformed, but that's not even the half of it, because Peggy wasn't looking at nothing. She was looking into this dense, untouched section of forest, and I followed her gaze. I could hear her taking notes, a pen scratching on paper. Go on. About 300 yards into the deep woods, I found a small, perfectly circular clearing, and in the center of it, a totem, a tall, dark, polished wooden pole, about 8 feet high. At the top, there's a human skull, old and dark, missing its jaw, and hanging from it on either side, a large, smooth, dark gray stone, almost perfectly spherical but flattened on one side, and a single, massive, ancient femur bone, too big for any local wildlife. Another pause, this one shorter. A human skull and an unidentified femur bone, arranged on a pole in a remote clearing. Her voice had shifted from skepticism to a deep professional intrigue. That's highly unusual, and potentially archaeological, or, well, less savory. It gets stranger. At the base of the pole, half buried, was a small, crudely carved wooden figurine. Vaguely humanoid, elongated, small head, long limbs. The thing is, Sarah, I think I saw something similar, or the real-life version of it, 2 nights ago at the edge of the access road when I was fleeing the bluff. Something tall, dark, slender, featureless, covered in what looked like matted fur or ragged wood. It was just standing there, watching. And the smell, there's a persistent, sickly sweet, metallic, repugnant odor out there. It's strongest in that clearing around the totem. I think it emanates from it, or from whatever built it. Okay, Alex, she said, her voice now completely devoid of amusement, replaced by a focused intensity. A possible burial site, a totem with human remains, an unknown large mammal bone, a strange figurine, and a persistent, unidentified odor. This is definitely out of your park maintenance scope. What else? On the far side of that clearing, behind the totem, there's an opening in the earth, not a natural cave entrance. More like a jagged tear in the rock, rough-hewn, almost crystalline at the edges. It's dark, almost unnaturally so, and the cold emanating from it and the smell, it's intense there. I think it leads deep underground, and I think it's connected to all of this, to Peggy, to the totem, to whatever I saw. A cave with strange crystalline formations and an unusual odor, she mused aloud, now sounding genuinely excited, albeit cautiously. That certainly falls within my expertise, especially subterranean ecosystems and anomalous geological formations. Alex, are you telling me you found some kind of sinkhole, or a volcanic vent, or perhaps a previously undiscovered mine shaft, and a statue is pointing to it, and there's a tribal totem nearby? I don't know what it is, Sarah, but it's not natural, not entirely. It feels wrong, ancient, and I need someone with your expertise to help me understand it. I've documented everything with photos. I can send them to you right now. Send them, she said without hesitation, to my work email. I'll take a look. But Alex, a statue's head moving, then its mouth opening, that part is really stretching it, even for me. I know, but just look at the photos. I think the visual evidence speaks for itself. And there's a lot more that happened that I can't explain over the phone. Sounds, things, I can tell you in person. Okay, send the photos. Give me 15 minutes to review them. Don't call anyone else, especially not local authorities or park management, until we talk again. This could be something very delicate or very sensitive or something else entirely. Her voice trailed off slightly, a hint of something unsaid. I'll call you back. Thanks, Sarah, really. I'd appreciate you even listening. Alex, if even half of what you're describing is accurate, this could be massive. Or you're incredibly overtired and hallucinating. Let's see what your camera says. I hung up, my heart still pounding, but with a sliver of hope. She hadn't dismissed me outright. The scientific curiosity had overridden the initial skepticism. I immediately sent the email, attaching the high-resolution images, organized and clearly labeled. I made sure to include the before photo of Peggy, taken years ago during a routine inspection, to compare with the after photos. The next 15 minutes were agonizing. I paced, I drank coffee, I stared at the phone, willing it to ring. Every shadow in my house seemed to deepen, Every creak of the old floorboards sounded like the click of the entity. The stench, though washed away, still permeated my senses, a constant, sickening phantom. When the phone finally rang, I snatched it up on the first ring. Sarah. Alex, I've seen them. Her voice was different now. There was a tremor in it, an awe mixed with something else. Fear. The photos, they're compelling, disturbing. The statue's mouth, I don't even know how that's possible. And that cave entrance. You're right, those aren't natural geological formations. The edges, they look almost vitrified, fused by extreme heat or pressure or something else. And the totem, my God, Alex, that skull, that femur, it looks incredibly old. This isn't a hoax, this isn't vandalism. This is something truly unique. And that figurine, the one at the base, it's unsettlingly specific. You said you saw something that resembled it. Yes, Sarah, a tall, slender figure, dark, absorbing light, almost featureless, standing at the edge of the tree line. That's what spooked me the first night after I saw Peggy's head turn. And it was there again this morning after I found the totem in the cave. It was interacting with Peggy, using the stone from the totem. It touched the stone near her mouth, and she made a sound, a dry, rasping sound. And then a low, guttural murmur came from the air around her, like she was speaking, and it was listening. Another long silence. This one was heavy, pregnant with implications. Alex, she finally said, her voice barely a whisper, you really saw that, a moving statue, a communicating entity. I know it sounds utterly insane, I reiterated, my voice cracking slightly. But I swear on everything, Sarah, I saw it. It's what drove me back to call you. I can't make sense of it, and I can't go back there alone. No, she agreed, her voice firmer now, as if steeling herself. No, you certainly can't. And I have to admit, Alex, after seeing those photos, I believe you. Or at least I believe you believe it. And those photos are not faked. The geological anomalies, the archaeological potential of the totem, the sheer impossibility of Peggy's current state, this requires immediate, serious investigation. This isn't just a unique find, this is potentially paradigm shifting. A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. She believed me, or at least she was willing to consider the impossible. So you'll come. Yes, she said, her voice resolute. Absolutely. When can we go? We need to be prepared. Full expedition gear. We need to measure, map, sample, record everything. And we need to be careful. If what you say about this entity is true, we could be in uncharted, dangerous territory. I'm ready to go whenever. I've already prepped my own gear for a serious hike. Powerful lights, night vision, first aid, food, water, even my hunting knife. But I left my rifle at home. Didn't feel right. Good call on the rifle for now, she said. We don't know what we're dealing with. We go in as observers and documentarians, not aggressors. My gear is mostly for geological and biological fieldwork, but I have some specialized equipment you might find useful. A portable ground-penetrating radar, some atmospheric sensors, spectral analysis tools, and a high-grade thermal imager. And of course, a proper survey drone. I'll need a day to gather everything, maybe less. Can you meet me by, say, noon tomorrow? I'm about a 4-hour drive from you. Noon tomorrow works. I'll send you the exact coordinates of the parking spot and a detailed map of the trail to the clearing and the path I took to the totem and cave. We'll meet there. Bring everything you can think of. Will do. And Alex, are you really sure you want to go back after what you've seen? Her question hung in the air, echoing my own fears, but the answer, despite the terror, was clear. Yes, Sarah, I have to. I can't leave this, not now, and I need to know what's in that cave, what Peggy is saying. Okay, she said, a deep sigh escaping her. Then let's do this, but we proceed with extreme caution. This isn't a leisurely field trip, Alex. This is an exploration into the unknown. We stick together, we follow protocol, and we retreat at the first sign of genuine danger. Agreed. Agreed. Thank you, Sarah, more than you know. Don't thank me yet. We haven't even reached the terrifying part. See you tomorrow. We hung up and I felt a strange mix of profound relief and an even deeper, more complex dread. I wasn't alone anymore, but I was about to drag an old friend into a nightmare. I just hoped we both made it out. The rest of the day was spent in a flurry of nervous energy. I double-checked my gear, cleaned my knife, packed extra batteries, energy bars, and water. I charged all my devices, including the night vision binoculars and my powerful LED spotlight. I printed out detailed topographic maps of Blackwood Bluff, marking the known points, the parking spot, the main clearing, Peggy, the totem, and the cave entrance. I also drew in the approximate path of the entity's movements as I remembered them. I tried to eat, but my stomach was a knot. Sleep was still elusive, despite the exhaustion. My mind replayed the last encounter over and over, the entity interacting with Peggy, her stone mouth opening, the guttural murmurs, its featureless gaze on me, the slow, deliberate click of the stone. It was all too real, too vivid. The next morning I woke before dawn, a sense of grim purpose overriding my fear. The sun rose, painting the sky with the same indifferent beauty as the day before, but I saw none of it. I had a quick breakfast, strong coffee, and loaded my truck. I arrived at the Blackwood Bluff parking spot around 11:30 a.m. The gravel turnaround was empty. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I sat in my truck, windows down, the cool morning air doing little to soothe my nerves. I checked my phone periodically, waiting for Sarah. Precisely at noon, a dusty, dark green SUV pulled into the turnaround, a roof rack loaded with equipment. Sarah's familiar curly hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, and she wore sturdy hiking boots, cargo pants, and a thick field jacket. She looked ready for anything. She stepped out, her eyes scanning the forest, then settling on me. There was a mix of apprehension and exhilaration on her face. "Hey, Alex." "Sarah, thanks for coming." I got out of my truck, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. She walked over, her gaze still sweeping the surroundings. "The air here already feels different, thicker, and is that the smell you mentioned? Faint but unsettlingly unique." She took a deep breath, like old blood and ozone, mixed with something I can't quite place, not natural. "That's it," I confirmed, a knot forming in my stomach. "It gets stronger as you get closer to the totem and the cave." "All right," she said, turning to her SUV. "Let's get set up. I've brought a portable environmental monitoring station, air quality, temperature, humidity, radiation levels, even some infrasound detection. I want to set up a preliminary station here at the edge of the access road. Then we'll take the portable units with us." We spent the next 30 minutes efficiently unloading and setting up a small tripod with various sensors at the edge of the turnaround. Sarah, with her usual scientific precision, recorded initial readings, noting the faint smell and the subtle atmospheric changes she was already detecting. She strapped a smaller, handheld device to her backpack, explaining it was a broadband spectrometer for analyzing atmospheric composition in real time. "So the first time you came across this entity," Sarah said, as we started making our way down the trail, her eyes darting between the trees. "It was right here, at the edge of the tree line, watching the bluff." "Yes, tall, dark, utterly still, looking north, just like Peggy was." I led the way, my knife sheathed, but my hand instinctively resting on the hilt. It didn't move towards me, didn't react much, just watched. And the second time, it was in the clearing with Peggy. It had taken the stone from the totem pole. It was interacting with her. It was speaking through her or to her, and then it turned its gaze to me. It walked towards me slowly, deliberately, and then I ran. Sarah nodded, her expression grim. So it didn't pursue you actively. That's interesting. It suggests a certain level of intelligence, perhaps even a set of rules it operates by, or a territory it doesn't cross, or maybe it just wanted you to deliver a message. The thought sent a chill down my spine. A message from what about what? We'll find out, she said, tightening her grip on the trekking pole she was using. Just be ready for anything, Alex. This is beyond any known science. We hiked in silence for a while, the familiar trail now imbued with a terrifying significance. The midday sun dappled through the canopy, but the light felt thin, somehow inadequate. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. After what felt like an eternity, we broke into the main clearing. My eyes immediately went to Peggy. Sarah gasped, stopping dead beside me. Oh my God, Alex, you weren't exaggerating. Her mouth, it's horrifying. It's like something carved out of a nightmare. She pulled out a small laser rangefinder and a compass, quickly taking readings. And the angle of her head completely shifted. This defies all known material properties of stone. It looks like it's been melted and reset. I nodded, unable to speak, the sight still chilling me to the bone. And the smell, Sarah, it's stronger here. She sniffed the air, her brow furrowed. Definitely, a higher concentration. The atmospheric sensors are spiking. Elevated ozone, some trace metalloids, and something else, an organic compound I can't identify. It's alive somehow, and putrid. Sarah quickly set up a more robust environmental station in the clearing, taking multiple readings, snapping photos with her own high-end camera. She used a small, portable drone, sending it up to get aerial shots of the clearing, Peggy, and the surrounding forest canopy. The drone's whirring sound was a strange comfort, a mechanical intrusion into the oppressive silence. Okay, Alex, she said, packing away her drone. Show me the path to this totem and the cave. We need to be discreet and observant. I led her to the northwestern edge of the clearing, the direction Peggy's silent scream was fixed. This is where I entered. It's dense here. I pushed through the initial thicket, Sarah following closely. The silence grew heavier as we ventured deeper, swallowing the faint drone of Sarah's equipment from the clearing. The air grew cooler, damper, and the sickly sweet smell intensified. This is it, I whispered, pointing to the faint, narrow gouges in the earth. The tracks, they're still here. Sarah knelt, examining them closely, her expression a mix of disbelief and intense focus. These aren't animal tracks. Too long, too irregular, too widely spaced. And they don't compress the earth like a heavy footprint, more like something dragging or gliding, as you said. The soil composition here is consistent with old-growth forest, no recent disturbance. This is truly bizarre. She took multiple photos, then pulled out a small kit, carefully taking samples of the soil within the gouges. We followed the winding, almost imperceptible path of the tracks, moving slowly, deliberately, our senses on high alert. The trees grew denser, forming a living tunnel, and the light grew dim, even at midday. The air hummed with an unseen energy, a palpable tension. Then we broke into the small, circular clearing. Sarah stopped abruptly, her breath catching in her throat. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the macabre totem pole. "My God," she whispered, her voice laced with awe and horror. "You weren't kidding. A human skull. That bone, it's massive, prehistoric. And that stone, it looks like obsidian, but too smooth, too perfectly spherical. And the sinew, it's so dark, so incredibly preserved." She immediately started taking photos, zooming in on every detail. She walked around the totem, keeping a respectful distance, her face a mask of scientific inquiry. She deployed a small spectral analyzer, pointing it at the skull, then the bone, then the stone. The device hummed softly, displaying complex data on its screen. "The skull is ancient," she murmured, more to herself than to me. "Carbon dating would be difficult without disturbing it, but the spectral analysis suggests extreme age, possibly thousands of years. Very little organic matter remaining, almost petrified. And that bone, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. High mineral content, almost metallic. And the stone, it has a very unusual crystalline structure, unlike any natural obsidian or river stone. It's humming with residual energy. And the sinew, it's not animal, not plant, it's something else. Very dense, very strong, completely unknown biological composition." She then spotted the crudely carved figurine at the base of the pole. "And this," she said, picking it up with a gloved hand, "the small, elongated figure. This is what you said resembled the entity." "Yes," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Precisely." She examined the figurine carefully. The wood is incredibly dense, almost petrified itself, and the carving, it's primitive but carries a distinct, unsettling aesthetic. A representation, perhaps, or a devotional offering. She placed it back carefully. The smell here was overpowering, sickening. Sarah coughed, her eyes watering slightly. "The spectrometer is going wild. That organic compound, it's highly concentrated here. It's a complex molecular structure, unlike anything in my database. It's decaying but regenerating, a living rot." My gaze, despite the horror, was drawn to the far side of the clearing, to the jagged opening in the earth. "And that's the cave, Sarah. That's what Peggy was looking at, what the totem guards." She followed my gaze, her eyes widening again. "Oh, Alex, you undersold it. That's terrifying. The rock around it, it's not just vitrified, it's warped, twisted. And the darkness inside, it's absolute. It absorbs the light. My thermal imager won't penetrate it. It just reads a massive cold spot. And the atmospheric sensors are indicating an even higher concentration of that unknown compound emanating directly from the entrance." She approached the opening cautiously, pulling out a powerful hand lamp, its beam cutting a swath through the gloom. The light seemed to dissipate quickly, swallowed by the profound darkness within. "The walls are shimmering," she noted, her voice hushed, "like tiny, dark crystals embedded in the rock. And the air, it's frigid. And the smell, it's strongest here. This is the source." I stood a few feet behind her, my knife unsheathed, its steel cold and reassuring in my hand. The hand axe was also ready, a futile comfort. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Alex," she whispered, turning to me, her face pale. "This is beyond anything I could have imagined. This isn't just a unique geological find. This is something else. Something ancient, something alive, something utterly alien. It feels like a wound in the earth, and whatever is inside, it's bleeding into our reality." Suddenly, the environmental sensors on her pack began to chirp insistently, escalating rapidly. A high-pitched, frantic alarm. Sarah quickly checked the display. "What is it?" I asked, my voice tight with dread. "Rapid atmospheric pressure drop, localized, extreme temperature fluctuation, and that unknown organic compound, it's spiking off the charts. something S happening, or something S coming. Her eyes darted around the clearing, her expression turning to one of pure alarm. The entity, I whispered, my blood running cold. It's back. The chirping of the sensors intensified to an unbearable shriek. The air grew frigid, and the sickening smell became overwhelming, causing me to gag. And then from the mouth of the cave, something shifted in the absolute darkness, a deeper shadow detaching from the already profound gloom. It was slow, deliberate, a movement that felt impossibly ancient, like a mountain sighing. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the cave entrance, wide with a horror that mirrored my own. "Oh God, Alex," she breathed, her voice trembling. "It's coming out." The shadow elongated, coalescing, forming into the familiar, terrifying silhouette. Tall, slender, its form a dark, ragged void that seemed to drink the light. The featureless head, the impossibly long limbs. It stepped out of the cave, its movement fluid, noiseless, like smoke coiling upwards. It stood at the mouth of the cave, utterly still, and its head slowly turned. Its featureless gaze swept across the clearing, passing over the totem, lingering for a moment on Peggy in the distant clearing, and then settling, with chilling precision, directly on us. The environmental sensors on Sarah's pack screamed. The air vibrated with an unseen energy, a primal wrongness that pressed in on us, making it hard to breathe. The stench was suffocating. This time it wasn't just observing, it was acknowledging, it was here, and we were caught in its silent, terrifying presence. Sarah, despite her fear, managed to raise her camera, her hands trembling, and snap a few pictures. The flash, brief and stark, seemed to barely illuminate the creature, making it appear even darker, a void in the light. The entity took a slow, deliberate step towards us, its form unnervingly graceful. Then another, and another. Each step was silent, but the weight of its presence was deafening. It was closing the distance, slowly, inexorably. "We need to go, Alex," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with terror. "Now." I didn't need to be told twice. My legs once again unfroze. I grabbed Sarah's arm. "Run." We turned and sprinted, crashing through the dense undergrowth, retracing our steps in a desperate flight. The chirping of the sensors on Sarah's pack still shrieked, a soundtrack to our terror. I could feel its gaze on our backs, a tangible pressure that pushed us forward. I heard no click, 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 no footsteps, just the terrifying silence and the knowledge that it was there, watching us run. It wasn't pursuing, not actively, but it was allowing us to run, and that somehow was even more chilling. We burst out of the dense thicket and into the main clearing, gasping for breath. My eyes darted to Peggy. She was still there, her mouth still open, her gaze fixed on the northwest, a silent witness. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the entity emerge from the path we had just fled, but nothing. The clearing behind us remained still, silent, the dark cave entrance swallowed by the trees. "It's not following," Sarah panted, clutching her side. "At least not physically." "It's still watching," I retorted, convinced. "It knows we're here." We ran across the clearing, aiming for the trail that led back to the truck. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the primal fear propelled me forward. Sarah, despite being an accomplished hiker, was struggling, her breath coming in ragged gasps. As we reached the edge of the trail, where it dipped back into the forest, a new sound cut through the air. Not the click, 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 but something else. A low, mournful, guttural murmur. It was coming from Peggy. Both Sarah and I froze, turning back to the statue. Her mouth, that petrified opening, seemed to tremble again, and the deep, resonant, alien sounds emanated from her, filling the clearing. It wasn't a scream, it was a dirge, a warning, a lament. And then, from the trail ahead of us, blocking our exit, the dark form emerged. It was the entity. It stood perfectly still, directly in our path, its tall, slender form a stark silhouette against the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. It had somehow bypassed us, or moved with an unnatural speed, cutting off our escape route back to the truck. It held nothing in its hands this time. Its long, intertwined wooden limbs just hung loosely. The murmuring from Peggy grew louder, more frantic, a torrent of ancient, alien words that seemed to resonate deep within our bones. It was screaming now, a desperate, petrified shriek from the stone itself. The entity tilted its featureless head, first towards Peggy, as if listening intently, and then slowly, inexorably, towards us. Its presence was overwhelming, crushing. The stench was suffocating, and the environmental sensors on Sarah's pack shrieked a deafening alarm. We were trapped between Peggy's frantic stone lament and the silent, terrifying sentinel blocking our path. "It's communicating," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of terror and scientific awe. "It's reacting to her, or she's reacting to it. They're connected." The entity took a single, slow step forward, then another. Its movement was still fluid, but now it felt predatory, purposeful. It was closing the distance. My mind raced, searching for an escape, any escape. We were in the middle of a clearing, surrounded by dense forest. Our only way out was blocked. As it took another step, the earth beneath us seemed to shift, a faint tremor that rattled through the ground. A low, grinding sound, deep and subterranean, rumbled from beneath the clearing. The sound intensified, growing to a deep groan, a shuddering roar that seemed to emanate from the very roots of the ancient trees. The ground vibrated violently, knocking us off balance. Peggy's murmuring ceased abruptly, replaced by a sharp, cracking sound, like stone fracturing under immense pressure. Her head, fixed in its horrified gaze, seemed to twist violently, the stone groaning and protesting. "The entity stopped dead." The entity stopped dead, its featureless form silhouetted against the filtered sunlight, utterly still, as the ground beneath them convulsed. A deep, agonizing groan ripped through the earth, a sound that bypassed their ears and resonated directly in their bones. Sarah cried out, stumbling, clutching at my arm to keep her balance. I braced myself, my legs wide, struggling against the violent tremors that threatened to throw us to the ground. The cracking sound from Peggy intensified, a sharp, sickening report like stone shattering. We watched in horror as the statue's head, fixed in its northwest gaze, continued to twist, not smoothly, but with a grinding, protesting groan that defied its material. Tiny fissures, thin as spiderwebs, began to snake across her neck and face, emanating from the widening mouth. The petrified scream seemed to deepen, the stone lips contorting into an even more pronounced rictus of agony. The rumbling from beneath the earth swelled, an unbearable roar, and a sudden, violent updraft of air, frigid and thick with the foul metallic stench, erupted from the ground. Leaves swirled, small branches snapped from trees, and the air shimmered with an unseen force. Our equipment, forgotten for a moment in the immediate terror, shrieked a deafening alarm, its various meters and displays flashing wildly. Sarah's environmental sensors screamed a chaotic symphony of impossible readings. The entity remained motionless, a dark, silent sentinel, seemingly unaffected by the upheaval. Its featureless head remained tilted towards Peggy, then back to us, as if observing a predetermined event or perhaps orchestrating it. There was no fear in its posture, only a chilling, ancient patience. Suddenly, with a final, ear-splitting crack, Peggy's head snapped downwards, not completely detaching, but twisting at an impossible angle, facing the ground directly in front of her. The fissures on her stone face widened, deepening into visible cracks, and from her contorted mouth no longer murmurs, but a raw, desolate shriek of grinding stone erupted. It was a sound of pure agony, of something ancient and unliving being torn apart. The moment Peggy's head locked downwards, the ground tremor intensified to a crescendo, then abruptly ceased. The subterranean roar died down to a low, lingering thrum, and the frigid updraft of air diminished. The clearing fell into an unnerving silence, broken only by the frantic chirping of Sarah's still-active sensors. Peggy's new orientation was grotesque. Her entire upper torso now seemed to hunch forward, her head almost touching the ground, as if bowing in submission or succumbing to an unbearable weight. The stone fissures continued to expand slowly across her form, spreading like a deadly disease. The entity, which had been silent and still, now took a single, slow step towards us, then another, and another. The movements were fluid, deliberate, each step narrowing the impossible distance between us. Its featureless head was still fixed on us, an oppressive, ancient gaze that stripped away any pretense of courage. It's moving again," Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse, her eyes wide with unadulterated fear. "It's coming for us." My mind, though numb with terror, clicked into a desperate gear. Our primary escape route was still blocked by the entity. The clearing was surrounded by dense woods. We had to move. "The cave," I hissed, grabbing Sarah's arm. "We have to try to get around it, back to the cave entrance. It's too dangerous, but it's our only path right now." The thought of going towards the source of this horror was repugnant, but the entity had not actively pursued us from that direction earlier. It was a desperate gamble. Sarah didn't hesitate. Her survival instincts, honed by years of field work, kicked in. "Right, quick and low, don't make eye contact." We veered sharply to our left, away from the entity and towards the northwest edge of the clearing, hoping to loop wide around it and get back to the narrow path that led to the totem and the cave. We moved quickly, trying to stay low, weaving between the scattered, ancient pines that dotted the clearing. The entity, however, matched our movement. It didn't sprint, didn't lunge. It simply shifted its dark form, taking long, gliding steps that seemed to effortlessly keep pace with our desperate dash. It was like watching a shadow stretch and contract, always maintaining its position between us and the main trail. It never broke its chilling, featureless stare. "It's hurting us," Sarah gasped, her breath coming in ragged bursts. "It's pushing us back towards the northwest, towards the cave." Her observation was horrifyingly accurate. Each time we tried to angle further away from the cave and closer to the relative safety of the main trail, the entity would subtly shift, a silent, implacable barrier, forcing us to adjust our trajectory back towards the deeper woods. The foul, metallic stench grew stronger with every step we were forced to take in that direction. The oppressive cold, the sense of ancient wrongness, intensified. We were being corralled, like livestock, towards the very heart of the dread. Finally, we reached the thicket of spruce trees that marked the entrance to the path leading to the totem and the cave. We had no choice but to enter. The entity had successfully cut off all other routes. As we pushed our way through the dense branches, the darkness beneath the canopy enveloped us, thick and immediate. The sounds of the clearing, Peggy's silent agony and the entity's chilling presence were suddenly muffled, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the frantic pounding of our own hearts. We scrambled down the winding, almost invisible path, following the faint indentations I remembered. Sarah's small handheld flashlight, its beam a meager slash against the gloom, illuminated the winding roots and tangled undergrowth. My knife was still clutched in my hand, a useless token against this unknown horror. "Alex, look," Sarah whispered urgently, pointing ahead. Through the gaps in the trees, a faint, unsettling glow emanated from the clearing ahead. It was a deep, dark crimson, pulsing faintly like a dying ember. The oppressive cold was now bone-deep, and the smell was suffocatingly potent, almost burning our nostrils. We broke through the last of the undergrowth and stumbled into the circular clearing. The sight that greeted us was beyond anything I could have conceived. The totem pole, once a macabre but inert structure, was now alive with a terrifying, pulsing energy. The human skull at its apex glowed with that same dark crimson light, pulsing in rhythm with the faint thrumming from the earth. The ancient femur bone hanging beside it shimmered with an unholy phosphorescence, and the smooth, dark stone, which the entity had used earlier, now emitted faint, silvery sparks that danced around it like trapped lightning. The sinews that bound them to the pole had grown taut, thickened, and now twitched with an unnatural, muscular life. The dark wood of the pole itself seemed to be weeping, secreting a viscous, black sap that coated its surface, glistening in the crimson light. And from the mouth of the cave, the source of all this horror, the crimson glow intensified, casting the entire clearing in a hellish hue. The strange, crystalline edges of the cave entrance pulsed with an inner fire, radiating intense heat despite the frigid air that still flowed from within. The air above the cave entrance shimmered, distorted, as if reality itself was bending. We stood transfixed, a primal fear seizing us. This was not just a cave, it was a living portal, an orifice to something truly ancient and monstrous. The chirping of Sarah's sensors was now a continuous, frantic scream. "The radiation levels are spiking," she shrieked, her voice thin with terror. "Infrasound readings are off the charts, and that organic compound it's evolving. It's changing its molecular structure. This isn't decay, Alex, it's transformation." As she spoke, the crimson glow from the cave pulsed with renewed intensity, and from its depths, a low, guttural roar began to emanate, deep and resonant, unlike anything I had ever heard. It wasn't an animal's roar. It was a sound of immense power, of ancient forces being unleashed. And then, from the profound darkness within the cave, a presence began to emerge. Not the entity we had seen before, but something else, something vast. A deep, grinding sound, like tectonic plates shifting, accompanied its slow, deliberate emergence. The cave entrance, which had seemed large before, now appeared too small to contain what was pushing its way out. The crimson light pulsed violently, casting grotesque, shifting shadows across the clearing. First, a massive, gnarled limb, impossibly thick, twisted and dark like ancient ironwood, scraped its way out of the opening. It was covered in bark-like scales, and from its surface smaller, razor-sharp thorns, black as obsidian, protruded. Then another and another, until 3 such limbs, each as thick as a tree trunk, were visible, moving with slow, ponderous grace. They seemed to claw at the air, testing their newfound freedom. The ground beneath us trembled anew, but this time the tremors were rhythmic, powerful, thudding impacts that shook the very foundation of the earth. With each rhythmic movement, the thing emerging from the cave grew larger, more distinct, its full terrifying mass slowly being revealed. It was colossal, easily 3 times the height of the entity, perhaps 40 feet tall, a monstrous amalgamation of gnarled wood, rough-hewn stone, and pulsing, dark energy. Its body was a twisting, chaotic lattice of thick, dark roots and branches, interwoven with jagged, crystalline rock formations that glowed with the same internal crimson light. It had no discernible head, but rather a massive, conical upper body that culminated in a cluster of sharp, crystalline spikes, each pulsing with that internal fire. From various points on its enormous form, multiple limbs branched out, some ending in razor-sharp claws, others in blunt, stone-like bludgeons. It was a creature of the earth, born from its depths, animated by an ancient, malevolent will. The sickly sweet metallic odor, now overwhelming, radiated from its entire monstrous form, a toxic cloud that made it difficult to breathe. The figurine, Sarah stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the small wooden carving still at the base of the totem. The small one, it's a representation of that. The small entity, it's like a seed, a precursor. Her words were drowned out by the thunderous roar that erupted from the massive creature's gaping maw, which appeared as a jagged, crystalline split in its lower trunk. The sound was deafening, a primeval scream that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality. The sheer force of it knocked us both to our knees, pressing the air from our lungs. This was the source. This was the true horror. The entity we had fled earlier was just a shadow, a scout. This was the heart of Blackwood Bluff's ancient secret. As the colossal creature continued to pull itself from the cave, slowly but relentlessly, the smaller, slender entity we had encountered before suddenly appeared, seemingly materializing from the shadows at the edge of the clearing. It stood perfectly still, its featureless head tilted towards the emerging behemoth, then to us. It held the smooth, dark stone in its hand once more, tapping it once lightly against the ground. Click. The sound, usually a hammer blow to my nerves, was almost swallowed by the monstrous roar of the colossal creature. But it was distinct. It was a command, a summons. The gigantic entity paused its emergence, its monstrous form still partially within the cave, its multiple limbs now completely free. It turned its massive, spike-crowned upper body, slowly, ponderously, and its gaze, or where a gaze would be, settled on us, trapped and cowering in the clearing. A new sound joined the symphony of terror, a low, continuous thrumming, a deep vibration that emanated from the gigantic creature's core. It seemed to resonate with the pulsing crimson light and with the faint hum that still emanated from the totem pole. Then the smaller entity, with a fluid, unnerving motion, raised the stone it held and pointed it directly at us. The air around us crackled. The ground beneath our feet began to vibrate with a new intensity directly beneath us. Not a generalized tremor, but a specific, localized vibration that seemed to target our very position. The energy sensors on Sarah's pack spiked to impossible levels, indicating massive, focused energy discharge. It's using the stone," Sarah shrieked, pointing at the smaller entity. "It's directing energy. It's targeting us." As she spoke, the ground beneath my feet began to soften, to liquefy. My boots started to sink slowly, inexorably into the earth. I gasped, struggling to pull free, but the ground was transforming, turning into a viscous, quicksand-like mud that gripped my legs with surprising force. Sarah, beside me, was experiencing the same terrifying phenomenon, her eyes wide with disbelief and horror as she too began to sink. It's terraforming the ground," Sarah cried, pulling desperately at her legs, her voice filled with primal fear. "It's manipulating the earth directly, the vibrational energy. the radiation, it's destabilizing the soil structure. The stench of metallic decay intensified, rising from the rapidly liquefying earth around us. I could feel the cold mud rising up my shins, then my knees, pulling me deeper into the ground. Panic, cold, and absolute seized me. This wasn't just a chase. This was a deliberate, agonizing form of capture. The enormous creature from the cave watched, its multiple limbs slowly swaying, its monstrous roar now a low, contented thrum. The smaller entity stood poised, the dark stone still aimed at us, its silent presence overseeing our slow descent. We struggled, shouted, clawed at the dissolving earth, but it was useless. The ground, once firm, was now a viscous trap, pulling us deeper and deeper into its cold, suffocating embrace. The mud rose to my waist, then my chest, its sickly smell filling my nostrils, burning my throat. Sarah was beside me, her face pale, her struggles becoming weaker as the mud constricted her. "The totem," Sarah suddenly screamed, her voice cracking. "It's tied to the totem, the stone. Alex, it's all connected." Her words, though desperate, sparked a terrifying realization in my mind. The stone the smaller entity held, the stone on the totem, the power emanating from the cave, it was all one intricate, horrifying system, and we were caught in its active phase. My eyes darted to the totem pole, glowing with crimson and phosphorescent light. The sinews, pulsing with unnatural life, were connected to the skull, the bone, and the other smooth stone. This was the focal point, the source of the smaller entity's power, its ability to manipulate the earth. If the stone was the key, perhaps. Desperate, I reached for my hunting knife, still clutched tightly in my hand. My movements were slow, hampered by the crushing mud, but I managed to pull it free. The blade glinted in the crimson light. "Alex, what are you doing?" Sarah shrieked, as the mud rose to her shoulders. "The totem," I yelled, my voice raw with effort. "It's the source. If I can sever something, anything." With a surge of adrenaline, I began to hack at the rapidly liquefying earth, trying to free my arms, to gain enough leverage to push myself towards the totem. It was a futile gesture against the earth's overwhelming force, but I had to try. My body was screaming, my lungs burning, as the mud continued its relentless ascent. The smaller entity, still pointing the stone, seemed to tilt its head, as if observing my pathetic struggle. The colossal creature thrummed, its roar a low, ominous vibration. Then, just as the mud was rising to my chin, threatening to swallow me whole, a new, sharp sound cut through the air. A high-pitched, metallic whine, rapidly approaching. Both the smaller entity and the colossal creature paused, their attention momentarily diverted, their featureless heads, or where they would be turned, not towards us, but upwards towards the canopy. "My drone," Sarah gasped, her eyes wide. "It must have been caught on something, but it's still transmitting and recording." And then, with a whirring flourish, Sarah's small survey drone, which she had deployed in the main clearing, burst through the canopy directly above the smaller clearing. It hovered for a moment, its tiny rotors beating frantically, its camera lens pointing downwards, directly at the unfolding scene. The sudden intrusion, the mechanical hum, seemed to break the ancient silence of the clearing. The smaller entity, for the first time, reacted with something resembling agitation. It slowly lowered the stone, its gaze fixed on the hovering drone. The colossal creature, too, turned its massive, spike-crowned form to track the mechanical intruder. The ground beneath us, which had been dissolving, suddenly stabilized. The liquefaction stopped, though we were still chest-deep in the viscous mud. the intense vibrations ceased, and the oppressive cold lessened slightly. The energy directed at us had been momentarily diverted. This was our chance, a tiny, fragile window. The totem, I screamed again, putting all my remaining strength into a desperate lunge. I managed to partially free my left arm, enough to grasp a thick root that protruded from the ground nearby. With a grunt, I pulled, using the root for leverage, inching my mud-caked body forward towards the glowing totem. Sarah, seeing my desperate attempt, found a surge of energy and began to struggle too. The smaller entity, having assessed the drone as a minor threat, slowly began to raise the stone again, its featureless head turning back towards us. The ground beneath us began to subtly vibrate once more, the liquefaction restarting. But I was closer to the totem now. My fingers, slick with mud, brushed against the rough, weeping wood of the pole. The crimson light pulsed violently, burning my skin, but I ignored the pain. My knife, still in my right hand, was gripped tight. I had to sever something, anything. With a desperate primal yell, I plunged the knife into the nearest sinew that bound the glowing femur bone to the pole. The material was incredibly tough, like old leather and steel combined, but the blade, honed to a razor edge, bit into it. I sawed frantically, mud spraying, my muscles screaming in protest. The sinew shrieked, a high-pitched, almost human sound of agony, as the blade cut deeper. Black sap, thick and viscous, oozed from the wound, sizzling where it touched the glowing wood. The colossal creature from the cave roared, a sound of pure rage, its multiple limbs thrashing wildly. The ground shook violently again, a chaotic, undirected tremor that rattled the entire clearing. The smaller entity, its posture one of frantic urgency, pointed the stone at me, and the liquefaction beneath me accelerated. But I pushed harder, a single-minded focus overriding all pain and fear. The blade bit deeper. With a final, desperate wrench, the sinew snapped. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The glowing femur bone, now severed, dropped from the totem pole with a heavy thunk, landing in the mud near my rapidly sinking feet. As it hit the earth, the phosphorescent glow that had radiated from it immediately died, replaced by a dull, lifeless gray. Simultaneously, the crimson light emanating from the human skull at the top of the totem flickered, then dimmed, and then extinguished completely. The silvery sparks dancing around the other smooth stone vanished. The weeping black sap from the pole ceased, receding back into the wood. The totem, moments ago a beacon of terrifying energy, was now just a macabre collection of dark, inert objects. The colossal creature from the cave bellowed, a sound of profound distress, its immense form shuddering. The ground tremors ceased entirely. The air lost its metallic tang, and the oppressive cold lifted, replaced by the mundane chill of the forest. The shrill alarms from Sarah's sensors slowly died down, replaced by a quiet, rhythmic beep, beepy beep, indicating normal environmental readings. The liquefaction of the ground around us abruptly stopped. The mud, still up to my chin, solidified almost instantly, locking us firmly in place. We were stuck, immobile, but no longer sinking. The smaller entity, which had been about to raise the stone again, froze. Its featureless head was turned towards the now inert totem, then towards the colossal creature, then back to me, its dark form radiating confusion, then a simmering, ancient rage. It seemed to have lost its focus, its purpose momentarily derailed. The colossal creature, still partially in the cave, began to slowly, agonizingly retract its immense limbs. The grinding sound returned, not of emergence, but of retreat. Its multiple eyes, or what appeared to be dark, multifaceted clusters on its conical head, glowed with a dull, resentful light as it receded back into the depths of the cave, its immense power temporarily broken, or at least disrupted. The smaller entity, still radiating furious energy, turned its gaze back to me, then to Sarah. It lifted the stone, and for a terrifying moment, I thought it would unleash another, perhaps more powerful attack. But instead, it looked from the stone in its hand, to the inert totem, and then to the now receding colossal creature. Its form seemed to ripple, to waver, as if its very substance was struggling. Then, with an abruptness that made us both jump, it turned and darted towards the cave entrance. It moved with an unnatural speed, a blur of dark shadow, disappearing into the now darkened maw of the earth, following the retreating colossal creature. The clearing fell silent, truly silent this time. Only the rhythmic beep of Sarah's functioning sensors broke the stillness. We were alive, trapped but alive. "Alex," Sarah whispered, her voice weak, her face streaked with mud and tears. "You did it. You broke the connection. What was that?" I could only shake my head, my mind still reeling, my body trembling uncontrollably. "I don't know, Sarah, but it's gone for now." We spent the next 15 minutes struggling, slowly, painfully, to free ourselves from the solidified mud. It was like being cemented into place. Every movement was an immense effort, straining our muscles, but the immediate threat had passed, and the adrenaline, though still coursing through me, was now mixed with a renewed sense of purpose. Eventually, using a combination of brute force, carefully prying at the hardened mud with my knife and Sarah's trekking pole, we managed to extricate ourselves. We were covered head to toe in cold, foul-smelling mud, exhausted but miraculously unharmed. "My God, Alex," Sarah said, once we were finally free, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. That was beyond anything I've ever experienced. That creature, it wasn't just physical, it was manipulating reality. The ground, the energy, and that smaller one, it was channeling it, directing it with that stone. It's like some kind of ancient, eldritch technology based on biological and geological forces we don't understand. I looked at the totem pole, now dark and inert, then at the gaping, dark maw of the cave. "And Peggy," I added, the thought chilling me. She was part of it, a warning, a sentinel, or a victim. Her agony seemed tied to the creature's emergence. "And the figurine," Sarah said, pointing. "The small one, a crude depiction of the smaller entity. And the colossal one, it looked like a living part of the earth itself, an entity made of wood and rock, animated by something incomprehensible. This isn't a local myth, Alex. This is a discovery that will rewrite everything we know about life, about geology, about reality." She walked over to the totem pole, now just a macabre structure. She carefully picked up the severed femur bone, wiping the mud from it. This bone, the spectral analysis showed an incredibly high mineral content, almost crystalline. It wasn't just a bone, it was a conductor, a power source perhaps. "And the stone," I said, remembering its chilling power. "It used that to direct the energy, to affect the earth." Sarah nodded, her mind already racing, processing the impossible. "It's a network. The totem, the bones, the stones, the cave, Peggy, they're all interconnected. A system designed to channel and amplify this ancient intelligence, this primordial entity. And by severing that bone, you broke the circuit, Alex. You disrupted the flow. But for how long?" Her question hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the temporary nature of our reprieve. "We need to get out of here, Sarah," I said, my voice hoarse. "Back to the truck. We've seen enough, more than enough." She nodded, already moving, her scientific tools forgotten for the moment in the face of sheer survival. Agreed. But first, let's collect a few more samples. Now that the energy is dormant, it might be safer to get a closer look at that bone and the black sap from the totem. And we need to get back to Peggy and document her new state. Despite my fear, I understood her reasoning. This was an opportunity, however terrifying. If the creatures were dormant, even temporarily, now was the time to gather critical evidence. We moved cautiously around the clearing. Sarah quickly took more samples of the black sap, which had solidified into a rubbery, dense substance. She carefully collected the severed femur bone, wrapping it in a special containment bag. She also took some more soil samples from the area that had liquefied, noting its rapid solidification and unusual composition. We approached the mouth of the cave. It was dark now, no longer pulsing with crimson light. The air was merely cold, not frigid. The sickly smell had diminished, leaving behind only a faint, lingering trace. It was as if the wound in the earth had closed or was resting. "It's retreating," Sarah whispered, peering into the darkness. "It's gone back to wherever it came from, but it's still there, resting, waiting." She took some atmospheric readings from the cave entrance, her instruments now showing normal, if slightly anomalous, results. The readings are significantly lower now, but there's still a background radiation signature and a trace of that unknown organic compound. It's not gone, just dormant. We didn't linger. The memory of the colossal creature's emergence was too fresh, too terrifying. We quickly made our way back through the dense thicket, back towards the main clearing. As we emerged, the sun was still high, but the atmosphere felt changed, heavier, permanently scarred by the events we had just witnessed. Our eyes immediately went to Peggy. The statue was still bowed, her head twisted, her mouth cracked and contorted, but the deep fissures on her form had stopped expanding. The silence was absolute. No murmurs, no groans. She was a frozen tableau of agony, a silent testament to the horror that had unfolded. Sarah approached her cautiously, taking more photos, her scientific curiosity overriding her exhaustion and terror. She's still, completely inert. The internal energy readings are gone. She's calcified again, but the damage is permanent. The cracks, the twisted neck of Alex, I think she was screaming because the colossal entity was emerging. She was warning us. Or perhaps she was being affected, drawn into the power of its return. The thought was chilling. Peggy, the local landmark, was not just a statue. She was a living, sentient entity, trapped in stone, intimately connected to the ancient horror beneath Blackwood Bluff. "We need to get her out of here, Sarah," I said, my voice firm. "This place, it's too dangerous to leave her here." Sarah nodded, her expression grim. "I'd agree, but that's a massive undertaking. She's solid granite, likely weighing several tons. We'd need specialized heavy equipment, a huge team, and a credible story. And even then, getting her out without attracting the attention of them will be a monumental task." "We'll figure it out," I said, a new resolve hardening my fear. "But not now. We need to leave. We need to regroup, and we need to prepare." We quickly retrieved the environmental monitoring station Sarah had set up in the main clearing, its alarms now silent. The data it had recorded would be invaluable. As we worked, I kept glancing nervously towards the path to the totem and towards the main trail, expecting the small entity to reappear at any moment. But the clearing remained still, silent, under the indifferent gaze of the ancient trees. We hiked back to the truck in a tense, weary silence, our senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every snapped twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through us. We were mud-soaked, exhausted, and shaken to our core, but we were alive. As we reached the gravel turnaround, the dark green SUV and my truck were welcome sights, beacons of safety, of the mundane world. We quickly loaded Sarah's equipment, securing the precious samples she had collected. "We need to go straight to my lab," Sarah said, her voice still trembling but filled with a new determination. "The samples need to be analyzed immediately. We need to understand what we're dealing with, and we need to process all the data, the photos, the videos from the drone." I nodded, starting my truck's engine. The familiar roar was a comforting sound. "Agreed, and we need to figure out our next move, who to tell, how to explain it, and how to protect Blackwood Bluff and ourselves." As I turned the truck around, my eyes swept the edge of the tree line towards the main trail entrance. Nothing, just the dense, silent forest, but the image of the entity, the colossal creature, and Peggy's tortured face were seared into my mind. We drove away from Blackwood Bluff, leaving behind the ancient horrors and the unsettling silence. The further we got from the state park, the more the mundane world seemed to reassert itself. But we both knew, with a terrifying certainty, that our world had been irrevocably changed. The drive to Sarah's lab was a blur of frantic conversation. We recounted every detail, piecing together the events, our voices hoarse with adrenaline and fear. Sarah, ever the scientist, meticulously reviewed her recorded data, muttering about anomalous energy signatures, unheard of biological compounds, and impossible geological phenomena. Her lab was in an unassuming industrial park, a stark contrast to the primeval terror we had just escaped. It was a well-equipped facility, filled with complex scientific instruments, blinking lights, and the hum of machinery. It felt like a sanctuary, a bastion of reason and logic in a world that had just been proven utterly illogical. We spent the rest of the day and well into the night, covered in mud, processing the data. Sarah, despite her exhaustion, moved with a focused intensity. She analyzed the soil samples, the black sap, the fragments of the sinew, and especially the large, dark femur bone I had severed. Her instruments, designed for cutting-edge geological and biological analysis, yielded results that were consistently baffling. "The soil from the liquefaction area," she explained, pointing at a complex spectral graph on a large monitor. "It shows an extreme destabilization of molecular bonds, not by heat, not by water, but by a specific vibrational frequency, coupled with a high-energy output. It's like the creature was using focused sound waves and an unknown energy to instantly alter the Earth's physical properties. This is beyond anything known to physics." She then turned to the black sap. "This substance, it's a hyperdense organic polymer, unlike any known life form. It has incredible tensile strength, and it's capable of rapid self-regeneration and even self-assembly. It's like a living, intelligent plastic. And the energy signature, it's residual, but it indicates this material is a bioconductor, capable of channeling immense power." But it was the femur bone that truly astonished her. "Alex, this isn't just an ancient bone. It's a crystalline lattice, infused with metalloids we've never encountered in nature. It's an organic superconductor, capable of storing and releasing vast amounts of energy. And the spectral analysis of its surface suggests it's been exposed to incredible pressures and temperatures, like it was forged in the Earth's core. It's not just a bone from some creature. It's an integral part of this network, a living battery or a power conduit for the entity." The drone footage was equally disturbing. The small, elongated entity, moving with unnerving grace, its featureless head tilted. The massive, gnarled creature emerging from the cave, its multiple limbs and spike-crowned head pulsating with crimson light, Peggy's twisted head and fractured mouth, the frantic activity of the totem pole. It was all captured, undeniable proof of the impossible. The drone also picked up infrasound readings, Sarah added, her voice hushed, scrolling through another set of graphs. Extremely low frequencies, below the range of human hearing, but potent enough to cause disorientation, anxiety, and even physical discomfort. These creatures, they communicate, they operate on frequencies that affect us, even if we don't consciously hear them. It's another form of manipulation. We sat in silence for a long moment, the hum of the lab equipment filling the void left by our processing of the sheer, terrifying magnitude of our discovery. "So what now, Sarah?" I finally asked, my voice thick with exhaustion. "We have the proof, we have the samples, we have the data, but who do we tell? How do we even begin to explain this to the world?" Sarah leaned back in her chair, running a hand through her mud-streaked hair and face, a weary sigh escaping her lips. "That, Alex, is the million-dollar question, and possibly the one that determines if humanity is prepared for what's truly out there." She rubbed her temples, then gestured around the lab. "We have undeniable proof here. Photos, videos, physical samples, empirical data. But it defies every known law of physics, biology, and geology. Mainstream science will dismiss it as a hoax, a delusion, or worse, an elaborate conspiracy." "So we just keep it to ourselves?" I asked, the thought chilling me. The burden of this secret, the knowledge that such an abomination existed just a few hours' drive away, felt unbearable. "No, that's not an option," she stated, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. "This isn't just a local anomaly. This is a fundamental threat to our understanding of the world, and potentially to the world itself. If these entities can manipulate reality on that scale, if they can draw power from the earth, and if they can influence living beings like Peggy, what else can they do? What if they reactivate stronger? What if they expand their territory?" She stood up, pacing the length of the lab bench, her brow furrowed in deep thought. "We need help, but not just any help. We need someone with an open mind, someone with the resources to investigate discreetly, and someone with enough influence to push this information through the inevitable bureaucratic and scientific resistance." "Do you know anyone like that?" I asked, a flicker of hope stirring within me. Sarah stopped, turning to face me. "I have a former mentor, Dr. Eris Thorne. He's a theoretical physicist, brilliant, eccentric, and always pushing the boundaries of conventional thought. He's retired from active research, but still holds significant sway in certain academic and, dare I say, intelligence circles. He's seen things, Alex, heard things. He might be the only person who wouldn't outright dismiss us." "Intelligence circles," I repeated, a knot forming in my stomach. The thought of government involvement, of this being weaponized or suppressed, was terrifying. "Thorne worked on various classified projects during the Cold War," she explained, anticipating my concern. "Not weapons, but more on the fringe of physics, energy manipulation, theoretical reality constructs. He has a network, people who are used to dealing with unconventional phenomena. If anyone can understand what we've witnessed, it's him. But he's also fiercely independent. He wouldn't allow this to be exploited." "Well, all right," I conceded. "It's a start. How do we contact him?" "Carefully," she said, a grim smile touching her lips. "Thorne is a recluse, lives in an isolated compound in upstate New York. He doesn't do email, barely answers his phone, and views most modern technology with suspicion. But he still reads academic journals. I can try to arrange a meeting, present a preliminary paper, something to pique his interest without revealing the full scope of what we've found until we're face to face." We spent another hour meticulously organizing the data, making sure everything was time-stamped, cross-referenced, and backed up. Sarah even made multiple copies of the most crucial samples, preparing for the possibility of skeptical scrutiny. She worked with a quiet, almost frantic determination, her scientific mind wrestling with the impossible. By the time the first faint streaks of dawn appeared through the lab windows, we were both utterly exhausted. The mud had dried on our clothes and skin, leaving us stiff and itching. The smell, though fainter, still clung to us. "You should get some rest, Alex," Sarah said, her voice hoarse. "I'll start drafting an initial report for Thorne. I'll make it sound like a unique geological and biocompositional discovery, intriguing enough to draw him in, but vague enough to avoid immediate dismissal." "You too, Sarah," I replied, my eyes burning with fatigue. "You look like you've been through a war." She managed a weak smile. "I have, haven't I? And I wouldn't trade it for anything. This is the most terrifying, most exhilarating discovery of my life." Her eyes, despite the weariness, held a spark of intense intellectual curiosity. "I'll call you later today, once I've made some progress with Thorne." I drove home in a daze, the early morning traffic a jarring return to normalcy. The sounds of the city, the mundane sights of people going about their lives, felt surreal. How could they not know? How could they go on, oblivious to the ancient, malevolent power stirring beneath their very feet? Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and haunted by nightmares. The colossal creature, its gnarled limbs and spike-crowned head pulling itself from the earth, Peggy's tortured stone scream, the smaller entity, its featureless gaze and the terrifying click of the stone. I woke in a cold sweat, the metallic stench of the bluff still lingering in my mind. The next few days were a blur of nervous waiting. Sarah kept me updated with brief, coded texts. Thorne was proving difficult to reach. He was intrigued by her initial, vague overtures, but insisted on a personal presentation. Sarah eventually secured a tentative appointment, a week from now, at his secluded estate. During this time, I found myself constantly replaying the events, meticulously examining my own memories. I spent hours researching local legends, historical accounts, anything that might shed light on Blackwood Bluff, but the official records were silent. No mentions of strange creatures, no ancient rituals, just the mundane history of timber logging and the subsequent designation as a state park. It was as if the horrors we had witnessed were deliberately erased from public memory, or never allowed to enter it. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Even in my own cabin, miles from the bluff, I felt a subtle pressure, a cold spot in the air, a fleeting shadow at the edge of my vision. My dogs, usually boisterous and playful, were unusually quiet, often staring intently into the dark corners of the rooms, their hackles occasionally rising for no discernible reason. They would whimper in their sleep, their paws twitching, as if fighting unseen foes. It was unnerving, a constant reminder that the entity, or whatever force it represented, was still somehow aware of our existence. A week later, Sarah picked me up early in the morning, her SUV packed for a longer trip. She was dressed in professional but practical attire, her face tired but determined. "Thorne agreed to see us," she announced, her voice tight with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "He wants to know the full story. I've emphasized the urgency and the unprecedented nature of the discovery." "Thus," I asked, surprised, "I thought you were going alone." "No, Alex," she said, her gaze steady. "You were there. You witnessed it. You intervened. You're an integral part of this. And Thorne, with his background, he'll appreciate a first-hand account from a non-scientist." It adds a certain raw authenticity. The drive to Thorne's estate was long, taking us through winding country roads, deeper and deeper into a remote, heavily forested area of upstate New York. We passed through small, isolated towns, their quaintness doing little to dispel the growing tension. Sarah used the time to brief me on Thorne's personality, his quirks, and the specific scientific language she expected to use. She also made it clear, no embellishments, just the facts, no matter how unbelievable. Thorne values truth above all else, she explained. He'll dissect every word, every detail. We need to be prepared for intense scrutiny. Finally, after hours of driving, we arrived at a formidable wrought iron gate set into a tall stone wall. A small, weathered intercom box was attached to one of the pillars. Sarah pressed a button, and after a moment of static, a gravelly voice crackled through. "I'll state your business." "Dr. Sarah Jansen with Alex Miller," Sarah replied, her voice clear and professional. "We have an appointment with Dr. Thorne." A pause, then the gate slowly, ponderously began to open, revealing a long, winding gravel driveway that disappeared into a thick forest of ancient trees. "He likes his privacy," Sarah murmured as we drove through the gate, "and his security." The driveway led us to a clearing where a sprawling, old stone mansion stood, partially hidden by overgrown ivy. It was imposing, almost fortress-like, yet with an undeniable archaic charm. Numerous outbuildings were scattered around the property, including a large, modern-looking structure that I assumed was Thorne's personal lab. An elderly man, tall and gaunt, with a shock of wild white hair and piercing blue eyes, stood waiting on the mansion's porch. He wore a rumpled tweed jacket and carried a polished wooden cane. This had to be Dr. Thorne. He watched us approach, his gaze analytical, assessing. There was no warmth, but no hostility either, just an intense, almost unsettling curiosity. As we stepped out of the SUV, Sarah introduced us. "Dr. Thorne, it's an honor to finally meet you. This is Alex Miller, my colleague." Thorne nodded, a barely perceptible movement of his head. His eyes, incredibly sharp for his age, swept over me, then back to Sarah. "Jansen, your initial query was intriguing. You spoke of anomalous geological and biological structures and unprecedented energy signatures. Very scientific, very vague. Let's hope your actual findings are more substantial than your prose." His voice was deep, resonant, and carried an air of unquestionable authority. He led us inside through a grand, but slightly dusty, entryway filled with ancient books and scientific instruments that looked like they belonged in a museum. The air smelled of old paper, pipe tobacco, and something faintly metallic. He ushered us into a large study, dominated by a massive fireplace and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. A large, ornate wooden table served as the centerpiece, surrounded by comfortable but worn armchairs. "Sit," he commanded, settling into one of the armchairs, resting his cane against the side. "Now, I have cleared my schedule. You have my undivided attention. Begin." Sarah, despite the intimidating presence, took a deep breath and launched into her presentation. She started with the drone footage, displaying it on a portable projector she had brought. The sight of Peggy, twisted and cracked, filled the dimly lit room. Then the tracks, the totem, the crimson glow of the cave, and finally, the horrifying emergence of the colossal entity, followed by the smaller, slender one. As the video played, Thorne watched in absolute silence, his eyes fixed on the screen, his expression unreadable. Not a twitch, not a gasp. He absorbed every detail, every impossible movement. When the video ended, the room was silent. Sarah then presented the spectral analyses, the infrasound data, the radiation readings, the molecular structures of the black sap in the femur bone. She explained in clear, concise language how these findings defied established scientific principles. She talked about the liquefaction of the earth, the directed energy, the biological nature of the ancient artifacts. I added my own narrative, describing the first encounter with the smaller entity, Peggy's initial changes, the sound of the click, 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 and my primal fear during the chase. I recounted the horror of the colossal entity's emergence, the feeling of the earth dissolving beneath me, and the desperate act of severing the sinew, explaining how it immediately halted the creature's activity. I made sure to emphasize the unique, almost sentient, connection between Peggy and the entities. When we finished, the room remained quiet for what felt like an eternity. Thorne simply sat, his gaze distant, his mind clearly working at an incredible speed. Finally he spoke, his voice low. Extraordinary, unprecedented, and utterly terrifying. He leaned forward, his piercing blue eyes fixed on us. You realize, of course, that if you were to present this to any mainstream scientific body, or indeed any government agency without proper preparation, you would be dismissed as deluded or worse, investigated for perpetrating a hoax. The implications, they shatter the very foundations of our perceived reality. We understand, Dr. Thorne, Sarah replied, her voice trembling slightly. That's why we came to you. We believe you're uniquely equipped to comprehend this. Thorne nodded slowly. Indeed, I have long theorized about the existence of primordial intelligences, entities that predate human civilization, possibly even life as we know it, residing in dimensions or states of being beyond our conventional perception. Entities that occasionally intersect with our reality, leaving behind signatures. But even my theories did not prepare me for something this physical, this overtly aggressive. He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The manipulation of geological forces, the biocrystalline structures, the infrasound communication, it all points to a highly advanced, non-carbon-based life form, perhaps even a collective intelligence. The smaller entity appears to be a scout, a conduit. The larger one, a manifestation, a physical anchor, a source of immense power. And the totem, the bones, the stone, a focal point, an energy amplifier, a ritualistic connection. What about Peggy? I asked, compelled by the statue's agony. She seems to be linked to be suffering. Thorne's gaze sharpened. Ah, Peggy, the petrified sentinel. Her transformation, her apparent sentience, her agony, that is the most intriguing aspect from a biological standpoint. It suggests a form of parasitic symbiosis or perhaps a psychic connection. The entity isn't merely manipulating her as a puppet. It's using her, drawing on her as a medium, perhaps even as a warning system, or more disturbingly, as a living sacrifice. He stood up, walking to a large, antique globe in the corner of the room, running his hand over its surface. This isn't random, you understand. Blackwood Bluff, the specific geological composition, the energy signatures, there's a reason it chose that location. It's a nexus, a thin place between worlds. And whatever you severed, Alex, by breaking that bone, you didn't destroy it. You merely disrupted its connection to our plane temporarily. It has retreated, yes, but it will return, and it will remember. The chilling certainty in his voice sent a fresh wave of dread through me. So what do we do? Sarah asked, her scientific detachment giving way to raw urgency. How do we fight something that defies reality? Thorne turned from the globe, his eyes blazing with a fierce, ancient fire. We don't fight it directly, not yet. We understand it. We study it. We find its weaknesses, and then we prepare. He walked to his desk, pulling out a large, leather-bound journal. This is a generational problem. Humanity has faced such things before in the dim recesses of forgotten history. There are whispers, legends, even some classified research that hints at similar encounters. But nothing on this scale, with such clear, undeniable evidence. "You've seen similar things?" I asked, astonished. "Not personally, no," Thorne clarified, "but I have access to certain archives, projects that were deemed too sensitive, too unbelievable, or too dangerous for public knowledge. My work on quantum entanglement and interdimensional physics allowed me access to some highly compartmentalized government data. There are records of strange phenomena, disappearances, localized reality distortions, all linked to areas with specific geological formations. But no conclusive explanations, no direct encounters like yours." He gestured to the samples Sarah had brought. "These samples, Dr. Jansen, are invaluable. They confirm my long-held theories about the material composition of interdimensional entities. The biocrystalline structure of the bone, the regenerative properties of the sap, the way it interacts with localized energy fields. It's a living bridge between dimensions. This is not just a discovery, it's a paradigm shift, and it requires a strategic, multidisciplinary approach." "What kind of approach?" Sarah asked, her scientific curiosity fully engaged despite the danger. "Firstly, we need to establish a long-term monitoring station at Blackwood Bluff," Thorne explained, his mind already formulating a plan. "Something more robust than your portable units, Dr. Jansen. We need continuous data, 24/7. We need to detect any fluctuations, any attempts by the entity to re-establish its connection. We need to identify the precise conditions under which it emerges." "But we can't just set up a permanent lab in the middle of a state park," I interjected. "It would attract too much attention." Thorne smiled, a thin, knowing smile. "Indeed, which is why we will do it discreetly. I have resources and contacts. We will establish a remote monitoring grid, buried sensors, drones operating on advanced stealth protocols. We will make it appear as a long-term wildlife study, perhaps, or a seismic research project, something mundane enough to avoid scrutiny. Secondly, he continued, we need to understand the function of the totem pole. If it's an amplifier, a conduit, we need to know how it operates. The materials, the arrangement, the energy flow. And that stone, the one the smaller entity used to direct the energy. We need to find out what it is, where it came from, and how it's being manipulated. The entity dropped the bone I severed in the mud, I remembered, but it took the other stone with it when it retreated into the cave. A pity, Thorne mused. That stone holds immense power, but the remaining fragments of the bone and the other components of the totem will still yield invaluable data. We need to replicate its effects, understand its mechanisms. Can you do that, Dr. Jansen, with the samples you have? Sarah nodded, her eyes gleaming with scientific excitement. It will take time and specialized equipment, but I believe I can. I have some ideas for synthesizing similar crystalline structures based on the spectral data. Excellent, Thorne said. Thirdly, we need to delve deeper into the historical and mythological records. Not just local legends, but ancient texts, esoteric philosophies, indigenous folklore from around the globe. Such entities, if they are truly primordial, will have left traces across different cultures, albeit shrouded in allegory and superstition. We need to find commonalities, patterns, to identify potential vulnerabilities or containment protocols. And what about Peggy? Sarah asked. The statue itself, the stone, can we analyze that remotely? Peggy is a critical piece of this puzzle, Thorne agreed. Her material composition, her psychic link, her role as a sentinel or a captive. We need to investigate her without disturbing her. Perhaps advanced imaging, remote sensing. And most importantly, we need to prepare for the inevitable. If it returns, and it will, we need a countermeasure. Something that can disrupt its energy, or even, dare I say, banish it back to its own dimension. He leaned back, his gaze sweeping over us, a profound weariness mixing with his intense focus. This is not a task for the faint of heart, or for those constrained by conventional thinking. This will demand everything you have, your intelligence, your courage, your sanity. Are you both prepared for this commitment, for a life irrevocably dedicated to confronting the impossible? I looked at Sarah. Her face was pale, but her eyes held a fierce resolve. She was scared, but also exhilarated, drawn into the intellectual challenge of it all. I, on the other hand, felt a cold, hard knot of fear in my stomach, but also a sense of responsibility. I had stumbled into this, been pursued by it, and severed its connection. I couldn't just walk away. "Yes, Dr. Thorne," Sarah said, her voice firm. "We're prepared." I nodded slowly. "I am too." Thorne regarded us for a long moment, a faint smile touching his lips. "Good, because once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. The knowledge you now possess will forever alter your perception of reality, and it will attract unwanted attention, not just from the entity, but from those who would seek to control or suppress such knowledge." He then detailed his plan. We would remain at his estate for the next few days, working in his private, state-of-the-art laboratory, which was far more advanced and secure than Sarah's. We would begin synthesizing compounds, analyzing data, and collaborating on a comprehensive strategy. He would contact his network, discreetly arranging for the necessary equipment and personnel to establish the monitoring station at Blackwood Bluff. The following days were a whirlwind of intense activity. Thorne's lab was a marvel, a labyrinth of interconnected rooms filled with advanced spectrometers, electron microscopes, quantum computing arrays, and more specialized equipment than I could name. Sarah, in her element, worked tirelessly, cross-referencing her data with Thorne's extensive archives, conducting new experiments on the collected samples. I, with my more practical background, was tasked with helping to design the covert monitoring system. Thorne had detailed schematics for various types of sensors: seismic, atmospheric, electromagnetic, even some experimental infrasound detectors that could be deployed remotely and camouflaged within the forest environment. We discussed power sources, data transmission protocols, and concealment strategies. Thorne proved to be an exceptional mentor, pushing us to think beyond conventional limitations, challenging every assumption. He had an uncanny ability to connect disparate pieces of information, drawing parallels between ancient myths and quantum physics. He spoke of ley lines, telluric currents, and the Earth's own resonant frequencies as potential power sources or channels for these entities. One evening, as we pored over ancient maps Thorne had procured, marked with strange symbols and alleged energy nodes, he offered a chilling insight. These entities, they are not necessarily evil in the human sense. They are simply alien, operating on principles beyond our comprehension, pursuing goals we cannot fathom. They are a force of nature, but a sentient force of nature. And like any force of nature, they can be devastating if misunderstood or provoked. He also introduced us to a concept he called dimensional resonance. He posited that the entities existed primarily in a parallel dimension, but could establish a resonant frequency that allowed them to manifest physically in ours. The totem, the bones, the cave, even Peggy, were all elements of a complex system designed to facilitate this resonance. to create a stable point of intersection. Severing the femur bone, he explained, had disrupted that resonant frequency, causing the colossal entity to lose its anchor and retreat. But it's merely a temporary reprieve, he reiterated. It will attempt to re-establish that resonance, and the next time it might adapt, it might learn from your intervention. The thought was sobering. We were dealing with an intelligent, adaptive adversary. After 5 days of intense work, Thorne felt we had a solid plan. He had made his calls, pulling in favors from his network. 2 individuals, both former associates from his classified research days, would be joining us for the field deployment. The first was Dr. Evelyn Reed, a brilliant geophysicist and expert in clandestine field operations. She had a reputation for getting things done, no matter the obstacles. The second was a man known only as Kale, a silent, imposing figure with an unnerving ability to move through the shadows and an encyclopedic knowledge of surveillance and security systems. Kale arrived first, a day before Reed, materializing seemingly from nowhere, his dark, watchful eyes assessing every corner of the estate. He barely spoke, communicating mostly through gestures and knowing glances, but his efficiency and competence were undeniable. Kale, after reviewing our plans for the Blackwood Bluff monitoring station, immediately pointed out several critical vulnerabilities we had overlooked. He suggested modifications to the sensor deployment, added advanced camouflage techniques, and designed a secure data uplink that would be virtually untraceable. He moved with a quiet, almost predatory grace, his presence reassuringly competent, yet unsettlingly mysterious. The next morning, Dr. Reed arrived. She was in her late 40s, with a no-nonsense demeanor, short-cropped gray hair, and keen, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. She shook our hands with a firm grip, her gaze assessing. "So these are the prodigies who have unearthed something truly inconvenient," she said, a dry wit in her voice. "Thorne speaks highly of your adventure. Let's hope your survival instincts are as sharp as your scientific curiosity." Reed quickly took charge of the logistical aspects of the field deployment. She was a master of organization, delegating tasks, refining timelines, and ensuring every piece of equipment was accounted for. She reviewed the geological maps of Blackwood Bluff, identifying optimal locations for sensor placement, considering factors like soil composition, water runoff, and natural cover. The plan was meticulous. We would deploy the advanced monitoring grid over 3 consecutive nights, starting with the perimeter and gradually moving closer to the cave and totem clearing. Kale would handle the security and concealment, deploying stealth drones and motion sensors to provide early warning. Sarah would oversee the scientific instruments and data acquisition, ensuring proper calibration and real-time analysis. I would serve as the guide, navigating the terrain and assisting where needed, drawing on my local knowledge and survival skills. Thorne, due to his age, would remain at the estate, coordinating from a secure command center, analyzing the incoming data, and providing strategic guidance. Before we left, Thorne gathered us in his study. "Remember, the primary objective is observation, data collection, and understanding. Under no circumstances are you to engage with the entities should they reactivate. Your safety and the preservation of this unprecedented data are paramount. We are dealing with forces beyond our current comprehension. Prudence and discretion are your most potent weapons." He handed each of us a small, sleek device. These are specialized communication units, encrypted, short-range, and designed to operate under conditions of extreme energy interference. They will allow us to communicate securely, and they also function as emergency beacons. With the plan finalized, we packed two modified off-road vehicles with the specialized equipment. Kale took the lead in one, a dark, militarized-looking Jeep, while Reed drove the second, a more conventional but equally rugged SUV, with Sarah and I as passengers. The drive back to Blackwood Bluff felt different this time. We weren't just two terrified individuals fleeing an unknown horror. We were part of a team, armed with knowledge, purpose, and a strategic plan. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was tempered by a sense of grim determination. We arrived at the state park well after dark, the moon a thin crescent, offering little light through the dense canopy. Kale, with practiced efficiency, guided us along lesser-known forest roads, avoiding the main park entrance. He eventually parked both vehicles deep within the woods, far from any established trails, concealing them expertly beneath camouflaged netting. The air, even miles from the bluff, already felt heavier, colder, permeated by that faint, unsettling metallic odor. My dogs, left at home with a friend, usually so eager for an outdoor adventure, had whined pitifully when I left, refusing to even look at the gear. They knew. Our first night was dedicated to establishing a perimeter grid of seismic and infrasound sensors around the entire Blackwood Bluff area, approximately 2 miles out from the central clearing. Kale and Reed moved with practiced ease through the darkness, their movements silent and efficient. Sarah deployed her instruments with scientific precision, double-checking every reading. I led the way, relying on my intimate knowledge of the forest, guiding them through the dense undergrowth and over uneven terrain. The work was slow, painstaking, and fraught with tension. Every snapped twig, every hoot of an owl sent shivers down my spine. The forest felt alive, watchful. Kale, always vigilant, would occasionally stop, scanning the darkness with specialized night vision goggles, his hand instinctively going to a hidden holster on his hip. He was armed, I realized, a grim reminder of the potential danger. By dawn, the perimeter was secured. We retreated to a temporary, camouflaged base camp Kale had established deep in the forest, several miles from the bluff. It was a crude but effective setup, with a small tent for equipment and a hidden fire pit. We spent the day resting, reviewing data from the newly deployed sensors, and preparing for the next night's operation. The readings from the perimeter sensors were subtle but significant. Faint, intermittent infrasound signatures, consistent with the entity's presence, were detected, along with localized atmospheric pressure fluctuations. It was like the Earth itself was breathing, slowly, erratically. "It's still there," Sarah murmured, poring over a holographic display. "Dormant, perhaps, but its influence still emanates. The subtle shifts in the Earth's magnetic field are particularly interesting. It's almost as if it's drawing on the planet's natural energy currents." Our second night, we focused on deploying a second ring of sensors closer to the main clearing, about a mile out. This involved more advanced atmospheric and electromagnetic detectors, designed to pick up specific energy signatures. We moved even more cautiously, aware that we were nearing the heart of the anomaly. As we neared the outer edge of the main clearing, Kale suddenly raised a hand, signaling us to stop. He knelt, pressing a specialized device to the ground. A series of faint, almost imperceptible clicks emanated from it. "Residual energy signature," he whispered, his voice surprisingly soft. "And micro-vibrations. Something passed here recently." My heart hammered against my ribs. The entity. Kale nodded slowly. "Unlikely the large one. but the smaller one quite possible. It's either restless or re-establishing its patrols. Stay alert. We are now in its immediate vicinity. The knowledge that the smaller entity might be actively patrolling intensified our caution. We completed the sensor deployment, each of us hyper-aware of every shadow, every sound. The metallic stench was definitely stronger here, even though we were still a fair distance from the cave. We returned to base camp before sunrise, exhausted but with a renewed sense of urgency. The data from the second ring of sensors was more definitive. The infrasound signatures were clearer, more frequent, almost rhythmic. The electromagnetic fluctuations were significant, indicating a powerful energy source pulsating beneath the bluff. "It's reactivating," Sarah stated grimly, pointing at a graph on her screen. "The energy levels are slowly rising. Not enough for a full emergence, but it's definitely stirring. We're going to have to work quickly on the final deployment." The third night was the most dangerous. We would be placing the final, most sensitive array of sensors directly around the main clearing, and then, most perilously, a small, highly specialized probe near the mouth of the cave itself. This would put us in extreme proximity to Peggy, the totem, and the very source of the entity's power. As we prepared to leave base camp, Kale stopped me. He handed me a compact, high-powered stun gun, a sleek black device that hummed faintly in my hand. For close quarters, non-lethal but capable of delivering a significant energy burst. It might buy you time if the smaller one gets too close. I nodded, gripping the unfamiliar weapon. It was a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. We moved like ghosts through the forest, the silence of our movements broken only by the chirping of insects and the distant hoot of an owl. The air grew colder, heavier, the metallic stench thickening with every step. My internal compass guided me unerringly towards the main clearing, my heart pounding with a mixture of dread and anticipation. As we approached the edge of the clearing, Kale once again signaled us to stop. He held up his night vision goggles, scanning the area. "It's here," he whispered, his voice low and guttural. "The smaller one. It's standing by Peggy." My blood ran cold. My gaze instinctively darted to the clearing. Through the gaps in the trees, I could make out the faint, dark silhouette. The tall, slender form of the entity, standing perfectly still beside Peggy, its featureless head tilted towards the petrified statue. It seemed to be observing her, perhaps even communing with her. Peggy's twisted head was still bowed, her fractured mouth gaping in silent agony. But this time, there was a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around her stone form, a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from within the granite itself. It was almost as if the entity's presence was drawing a latent energy from her, or perhaps re-establishing a connection. "The energy readings are spiking around Peggy," Sarah whispered, checking her handheld device. "It's like a charge, a slow build-up. The entity isn't just observing, it's interacting." Thorne's voice crackled through our comms, calm and authoritative despite the tension. "Understood. Proceed with extreme caution. Kale, can you confirm the entity's movements and intent?" Kale peered through his goggles. "It's stationary for now, Dr. Thorne, focused on the statue. No overt signs of aggression, but its presence is causing localized energy fluctuations. I'm detecting a subtle shift in the air pressure around it." "We need to get our sensors in place," Reed urged, her voice low, "before it becomes fully active." The plan was quickly adjusted. Kale would provide overwatch from the tree line, monitoring the entity's movements. Sarah and I, guided by Reed, would move in a wide arc around the clearing, deploying the sensors at key points. The final, most delicate task, the cave probe, would be held until the entity moved, or we had a clearer window. We began our cautious advance, hugging the shadows, moving as silently as possible. My senses were heightened, every sound, every shadow amplified. The air was thick with the entity's presence, a chilling cold that seeped into my bones, a metallic taste in my mouth. We slowly worked our way around the clearing, burying small, camouflaged sensors at specific intervals. Sarah was precise, calibrating each device, ensuring optimal data capture. Reed was a master of concealment, her experienced hands blending the sensors seamlessly into the. We slowly worked our way around the clearing, burying small, camouflaged sensors at specific intervals. Sarah was precise, calibrating each device, ensuring optimal data capture. Reed was a master of concealment, her experienced hands blending the sensors seamlessly into the earth and undergrowth, leaving no discernible trace. I led the way, my eyes constantly darting between the dark, still form of the entity and the denser shadows of the forest perimeter, my hand gripping the cold, alien stun gun Kale had given me. The silence of the clearing was profound, almost suffocating. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves beneath our carefully placed feet, the rhythmic click of Sarah's calibrating devices, and the frantic thump of my own heart. The faint shimmer around Peggy seemed to intensify, a ghostly aura that pulsed in time with the barely perceptible hum emanating from the ground beneath us. It wasn't loud, but it was there, a deep, resonant vibration that made the hair on my arms stand on end. Energy levels around Peggy are now consistently elevated, Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible above the forest's nocturnal symphony. It's a specific frequency, a harmonic oscillation. It feels purposeful. The entity is definitely attempting to reestablish a connection or draw something from her. Agreed, Thorne's voice crackled through our comms. Kale, any change in its disposition? Still stationary, Dr. Thorne, Kale replied, his voice a low growl. But I'm detecting subtle shifts in its posture, minute contractions. It's alert, and the ambient temperature around it is dropping rapidly, localized cold spot forming. A chill, more profound than the night air, swept through me. The small entity, once seemingly a mere conduit, now radiated an almost palpable, ancient intelligence. It wasn't just standing there. It was engaged in some intricate, terrifying process with Peggy. Reed motioned us forward, pressing a finger to her lips. We continued our slow, methodical circuit, placing the last few perimeter sensors. Each placement felt like an eternity, every rustle of leaves a potential warning. My eyes strained in the darkness, trying to discern details of the entity, but it remained a featureless, elongated shadow against the slightly less dark silhouette of Peggy. Finally, we completed the outer ring. Reed gave us a thumbs up, then pointed towards the cave entrance. It was time for the riskiest part, the cave probe. Thorne, Reed murmured into her comms. Perimeter array complete. Moving on cave probe. Kale, maintain overwatch. Any change in the entity's focus, you give the signal immediately. Understood, Kale responded. Be advised, the entity seems to be resonating. A low hum just at the edge of my audio range. It's increasing in amplitude. The word resonating sent a jolt of fear through me. Thorne had spoken of dimensional resonance, the mechanism by which these entities manifested in our world. Was it actively drawing the colossal creature back? We began our approach to the cave, moving in a tight formation, Kale flanking us from the deeper shadows. The air grew colder with every step, the metallic tang stronger, almost metallic in my mouth. The ground beneath our feet felt strangely dead, devoid of the normal forest floor life. As we neared the cave mouth, the faint hum Kale mentioned became audible, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the ground and into my very bones. It wasn't sound in the conventional sense, more like a physical pressure, an infrasound phenomenon that bypassed my ears and directly assaulted my nervous system. It brought with it a creeping sense of dread, a primal fear that tightened my throat. The cave mouth, once merely dark and cold, now seemed to pulse with a subtle internal luminescence, too faint to be a true glow, but enough to hint at an unnatural light within. The sickly sweet smell, like ozone and decay, was overpowering here. Reed stopped, crouching low. She pulled out a small, highly specialized drone, no bigger than my hand, designed for covert entry and data collection. It had tiny rotors that whirred almost silently. She armed it, checked its instruments, and turned to Sarah. Sarah, Alex, stay here, provide cover. Kale, any eyes on the entity? Still with Peggy, but its resonance is growing stronger, Kale reported. The ground around the statue is vibrating visibly. It's preparing for something. Reed nodded grimly, then launched the drone. It zipped silently towards the cave entrance, a tiny speck of advanced technology against the overwhelming primordial darkness. She controlled it with a small handheld remote, her eyes glued to its live feed, which appeared on a small, integrated screen. The drone drifted into the cave, its infrared camera piercing the gloom. The interior was a cavernous maw, far larger than it appeared from the outside. The walls were dark, craggy, slick with moisture. But what truly stole my breath was the floor. It wasn't rock. It was a dark, organic material, twisting and undulating in places, like a mass of immensely thick roots or sinews, stretching into the unseen depths. And then the screen showed it. Far in the distance, partially obscured by a massive stone pillar, was a segment of the colossal creature. It was still retracted, coiled upon itself, its gnarled limbs fused with the organic floor, appearing like an extension of the cave itself. But its multiple eyes, or rather, the multifaceted clusters of dark matter on its conical head, were no longer dull. They glowed with a faint, internal crimson light, a slow, deliberate pulse. The low hum intensified, clearly emanating from the dormant colossus. My God, Sarah breathed, her face pale in the faint light of Reed's screen. It's reactivating, it's charging. Reed piloted the drone closer, trying to get a better reading. Thorne, we have visual confirmation of the colossal entity. It's dormant but clearly drawing power, probably from the Earth's core, amplifying it through the organic matter on the cave floor. It's a slow build-up, a steady charge. Understood, Dr. Reed, Thorne's voice was tense. The connection to Peggy and the totem is likely facilitating this process. Get your spectral readings, thermal signatures, anything you can get from that proximity. But be quick. I don't like the sound of that resonance. It suggests an accelerated timetable. Reed expertly maneuvered the drone, deploying miniature sensors that adhered to the cavern walls, gathering data on the air composition, energy fields, and radiation levels within the cave. Each reading was more alarming than the last. Extreme levels of unknown organic compounds, significant atmospheric distortions, and a radiation signature that spiked erratically, suggesting a massive release of energy contained just beneath the surface. As the drone completed its data upload, a sudden guttural roar ripped through the cave. It wasn't the full, terrifying bellow of the colossal creature, but a deep, resonant rumble, a sound of awakening that vibrated through the very bedrock. The crimson light in the creature's eyes pulsed brighter, faster. It's reacting, Sarah gasped. Get the drone out, Reed. Kale's voice was sharp. Reed yanked the drone back, but it was too late. A sudden, violent surge of energy erupted from deep within the cave, a blinding flash of crimson light that illuminated the cavern for a terrifying instant. A massive, root-like tendril, thick as a tree trunk, lashed out from the depths, slamming into the drone. The screen went black. The earth beneath us shuddered violently, a fresh tremor that sent us stumbling. The low hum escalated into a deafening roar, a cacophony of deep, grinding sounds and high-pitched, metallic screeches from within the cave. The air filled with that sickening, metallic stench, now laced with a raw, electric ozone. It knows we're here, I yelled, my voice barely audible over the intensifying sound. It reacted to the drone. Not necessarily, Thorne's voice cut through the comms, surprisingly calm. The surge was likely a reaction to the re-establishment of the resonant frequency, or perhaps a natural phase of its awakening. The drone was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, it indicates an accelerating timeline. The window is closing. Kale, status of the smaller entity, Reed demanded, her face grim. It's gone. Kale's voice was filled with a rare note of alarm. One moment it was by Peggy, the next, it vanished into the shadows of the clearing. It must have sensed the surge or completed its task. My blood ran cold. The smaller, faster entity was now free, actively moving and aware of the changes. We have to go, Sarah urged, pulling at my arm. Now. Agreed, Reed said, already moving, sweeping up her equipment. We have enough data. Full retreat. Fall back to base camp immediately. Do not engage. Do not linger. We moved as fast as we dared, heart pounding, the ground shaking beneath our feet. The roar from the cave intensified, accompanied by the sounds of rock and earth groaning under immense pressure. We could feel the subtle tremors through our boots, the vibrations through the soles. It was as if the very heart of the mountain was tearing itself apart. As we reached the edge of the clearing, something flashed in the periphery of my vision. A dark, elongated shadow, moving with unnatural speed, darting between the trees. It was the smaller entity, moving with a silent, predatory grace. It was circling us, assessing. It's watching us, I whispered, gripping the stun gun, my knuckles white. I see it, Kale's voice came through, maintaining visual. It's keeping its distance for now, observing. Focus on exfiltration. Do not break formation. The retreat to base camp was a blur of adrenaline and fear. We navigated the treacherous terrain in the darkness, driven by the escalating roars from the bluff and the knowledge that the smaller entity was somewhere in the shadows, its featureless gaze fixed upon us. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of terror through my body. We reached the camouflaged base camp just as the first faint hint of pre-dawn light began to filter through the canopy. We collapsed, exhausted, covered in mud and sweat, our nerves frayed. Report, Thorne's voice, though calm, held an edge of urgency. What did you manage to retrieve? Sarah, despite her exhaustion, immediately began uploading the data from her sensors and Reed's drone. The perimeter grid is fully functional and streaming live data. The second ring of sensors is also operational. The cave probe was destroyed, but not before it transmitted a full spectral analysis, thermal readings, and atmospheric data from within the cavern. The colossal entity is definitely reactivating, drawing immense energy. The interior of the cave is an active bioreactor, full of highly conductive organic matter. In Peggy, I asked, my voice hoarse, what about her? The energy readings around her were spiking before the surge, Sarah replied, scrolling through the holographic display. The entity was actively drawing from her, or perhaps channeling through her. Her internal resonance was extremely high. She's definitely integral to this process. This confirms my hypothesis, Thorne said, a grim satisfaction in his tone. The entity is accelerating its reemergence. The damage Alex inflicted merely bought us a small window. It has learned, adapted. The connection to Peggy, the totem, the earth, it's all part of a larger, more complex system than we initially understood. And the smaller entity, Reed asked, checking her weapons. It's still out there, Cale reported. It followed us for about a mile before breaking off. It's not retreating. It's observing. It's intelligent. And it's likely communicating with the larger entity, providing intelligence on our movements and activities. The thought was chilling. We weren't just observing a geological anomaly. We were engaged in a covert war with an ancient, sentient intelligence. All right, Thorne said, his voice firm. Here's the plan. We have the data. We need to analyze it. Cale, you will remain on site, maintaining perimeter security, monitoring the entity's movements, and ensuring the integrity of our sensor grid. Dr. Reed, you and Dr. Jansen will return to my lab with Alex. The new data, combined with our existing archives, should give us a clearer picture of its capabilities and, hopefully, its vulnerabilities. Cale nodded, his eyes scanning the tree line. Reed immediately started packing the scientific equipment that was no longer needed in the field. Sarah and I, though weary, felt a surge of purpose. The danger was real, but so was the data and the hope of finding a way to stop it. The drive back to Thorne's estate was a silent, tense affair. The sun was fully up now, but the light felt thin, unable to truly dispel the shadows that clung to our minds. We uploaded the fresh data the moment we arrived, a torrent of information that poured into Thorne's vast analytical systems. The following days were a whirlwind of intense, focused research. Thorne, with his brilliant mind, spearheaded the analysis, connecting the new data points with his extensive theoretical frameworks. Sarah delved deep into the biocrystalline structures, attempting to reverse engineer their properties, while Reed, with her geological expertise, modeled the energy flows and seismic patterns beneath Blackwood Bluff. I, with my first-hand experience, helped them interpret the sensory data, the subtle shifts in atmosphere, the precise locations where the entities manifested. The data from the remote sensors was a constant, unsettling stream of information. The infrasound readings from the bluff were increasing in intensity and complexity, suggesting not just an awakening, but a form of communication between the colossal entity and its smaller counterpart. The electromagnetic fields fluctuated wildly, indicating massive energy transfers beneath the Earth. It's a network, Sarah explained, gesturing at a complex holographic projection of the bluff, overlaid with various data streams. The colossal entity is the power source, drawing energy from the Earth's core. The black sap acts as a bioconductor, channeling that power. The totem pole, its bones, its various components, their amplifiers and focal points, stabilizing the dimensional resonance. And the smaller entity, it's not just a scout. It's an architect, a manipulator, directing the energy, fine-tuning the resonance, effectively building a bridge between its dimension and ours. And Peggy, I asked, always drawn back to her suffering. Peggy is the keystone, Thorne interjected, his voice grim. Her petrified form, her apparent sentience, she's a living anchor. The entity is drawing her latent life force, her agony, to stabilize the dimensional rift. It's a form of ritual sacrifice, but one that fuels an interdimensional engine. The sustained energy spike we observed around her during the smaller entities' interaction was it fully integrating her into the network. The realization was horrifying. Peggy wasn't just a victim, she was a living component, her torment actively contributing to the entity's reemergence. So by severing that bone, Alex, you effectively severed a major power conduit, disrupting the resonance, Thorne continued. But the entity has adapted. It's now drawing power more directly, bypassing the need for a full totem reassembly, using Peggy and the residual energy in the bluff as its primary anchors. Reed, hunched over a console displaying seismic wave patterns, pointed to a new anomaly. Look at this. There's a new, deeper seismic signature emerging from directly beneath the cave. It's not just tremors, it's a rhythmic pulse. It suggests something else is happening, something more profound than simple reemergence. It's like the Earth itself is being reconfigured, reshaped. Thorne zoomed in on the projection, his eyes narrowing. A deep geological alteration. It's not just opening a rift, it's transforming the very bedrock, making the intersection point more stable, more permanent. It's establishing a new, even stronger anchor in our reality. The implications were dire. If it could reshape the Earth at that level, its power was far greater than we had imagined. Our communication with Kale, however, became increasingly concerning. His reports were terse, filled with hints of escalating activity from the smaller entity. It wasn't just observing anymore. It was testing the perimeter, probing the sensor grid, occasionally disabling a sensor with surgical precision before Kale could react. "It's adapting to our technology," Kale reported one morning, his voice flat. "It's learning. It understands our sensors. I'm having to redeploy and modify the camouflaged units almost daily." The entity seemed to be growing more confident, more aggressive. It was no longer just a shadowy blur. Kale occasionally reported brief, fleeting glimpses of its featureless head, its dark form radiating a cold, ancient malice. Thorne realized we needed a countermeasure, and fast. We need to develop something that can disrupt its dimensional resonance, something that can sever its connection to our reality without causing further, unpredictable geological damage. Sarah, combining her knowledge of biocrystalline structures with Thorne's theories on quantum entanglement, began experimenting with focused energy fields. Her goal was to create a resonant frequency that would directly interfere with the entity's own, essentially canceling it out. It was highly theoretical, based on speculative physics, but Thorne believed it was our only hope. Reed, meanwhile, scoured ancient texts and indigenous folklore, looking for any mention of similar entities, any historical accounts of methods used to combat them. She found scattered references to Earth Eaters, Shadow Weavers, and World Binders in obscure myths, often associated with specific geological formations and sudden, inexplicable localized disasters. These stories often spoke of sounds, vibrations, and a profound, paralyzing fear. Some even mentioned ritualistic uses of specific materials or sonic frequencies to repel or contain such beings. I assisted her, using my knowledge of the local landscape and its history to cross-reference with these ancient accounts. We found a few local legends that spoke of the mountain that breathes, and a long-forgotten tribe that was said to have abandoned the area generations ago after a great sickness swept through their people, leaving their stone effigies twisted and broken. The parallels were chilling. As Sarah worked feverishly in the lab, synthesizing exotic compounds and calibrating her energy emitters, the situation at Blackwood Bluff deteriorated. Cale's reports became more urgent, his voice strained. The smaller entity is attempting to reactivate the totem pole, he reported one evening, his voice crackling with static. It's standing by the inert structure, radiating intense energy, and the black sap is beginning to weep from the wood again, slowly. The pole is starting to hum faintly. My heart sank. The entity was rebuilding its original power conduit. My intervention, once thought to be a decisive blow, was proving to be a temporary inconvenience. And the colossal entity, Thorne asked, his face etched with worry. The seismic activity is escalating rapidly, Dr. Thorne, Cale replied. The internal resonance is becoming almost deafening, and I'm detecting subtle movements, slow, grinding shifts from deep within the cave. It's preparing to emerge again, sooner than we thought. A new wave of dread washed over us. We were running out of time. Sarah redoubled her efforts. She worked for nearly 48 hours straight, fueled by coffee and sheer determination, her lab becoming a whirlwind of blinking lights and humming machinery. Finally, in the early hours of the third morning, she burst into Thorne's study, her face streaked with grease and exhaustion, but her eyes alight with triumph. I've done it, Dr. Thorne. I've synthesized a stable resonant frequency emitter, she exclaimed, holding up a sleek rifle-like device. It was made of dull, non-reflective metal, with a series of intricate crystalline conduits running along its barrel, terminating in a small, glowing aperture. It's not perfect, and its range is limited, but it should be able to disrupt the entity's dimensional resonance. It essentially creates a localized null zone for its specific energy signature, forcing it to lose its anchor in our reality. Thorne took the device, examining it with a practiced eye. Remarkable, Dr. Jansen, truly remarkable, but it is still untested. We need a live test, and we need to use it at the precise moment its resonance peaks during a critical phase of its reemergence. We also need a way to protect ourselves from its effects, Reed added, emerging from her research with a stack of ancient texts. These old legends speak of specific sonic frequencies, certain vibrational patterns that can repel or disorient these entities, and some even mention using purified earth elements, crystalline forms, as a shield. Over the next few hours, we rapidly developed a comprehensive plan. Sarah's emitter, now dubbed the Resonance Disruptor, would be our primary weapon. Reed would develop a series of sonic emitters based on her research to create a protective perimeter of repelling frequencies. Thorne, leveraging his contacts, quickly arranged for specialized, hardened ear protection and body suits interwoven with a new biocrystalline mesh Sarah had quickly synthesized, designed to dampen external energy fields. I would guide them to the precise location, drawing on my intimate knowledge of the bluff and its terrain. Our objective: stop the colossal entity's reemergence, disrupt the smaller entity's control, and sever Peggy's agonizing connection, all before the earth beneath Blackwood Bluff was permanently warped. The sense of urgency was overwhelming. Cale's latest report was chilling. The totem is weeping black sap profusely, Dr. Thorne. The smaller entity is standing atop it, radiating an energy field I can now measure. It's pulsing, drawing in power, and the tremors from the cave are constant. I'm seeing cracks forming in the bedrock near the entrance. It's coming. Then we must go, Thorne said, his voice firm, his gaze sweeping over us. This is it. The fate of Blackwood Bluff, and perhaps more, rests on your shoulders. May logic and courage be your guides. We packed quickly, donning the strange, energy-dampening suits which felt heavy and restrictive, but offered a grim sense of protection. The specialized ear protection muted the sounds of the world, leaving only a faint hum within my head. Sarah secured the resonance disruptor, cradling it like a fragile, deadly weapon. Reed double-checked her sonic emitters, compact devices that resembled small, intricate speakers. The drive back to Blackwood Bluff was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The familiar landscape, now bathed in the pale light of a rapidly setting sun, seemed alien, charged with an unseen menace. Kale met us at our hidden base camp, his face grim, his eyes wide with alarm. "It's worse than I thought, Dr. Thorne," he reported, his voice tight. "The totem pole is fully active. The black sap is flowing like a dark river, sinking into the earth around it. The air in the clearing is shimmering, visible to the naked eye. And Peggy, she's glowing. A faint, internal crimson light, just like the cave." My stomach churned. Peggy, the silent sentinel, now a beacon for the horror. "And the colossal entity?" Thorne asked, his voice low. "It's moving," Cale whispered, his eyes darting towards the bluff. "The tremors are constant. I can hear the grinding. It's almost ready. I estimate we have less than an hour, maybe 30 minutes before it breaches the surface." A collective gasp escaped us. 30 minutes. That was all the time we had. "All right," Thorne said, his voice imbued with a new, steel-like resolve. "New plan. Cale, you will join the team. We need your tactical expertise and your ability to counter the smaller entity. Reed, deploy your sonic emitters around the perimeter of the clearing, creating a full protective field. Sarah, you will operate the resonance disruptor. Alex, you will lead them to the precise target location, ensuring Sarah has a clear shot at the totem, and most importantly, the smaller entity." He looked at me, his gaze intense. "Alex, your role is critical. You face the entity directly. You know its movements, its patterns. Your instinct will be invaluable. Remember, the core objective is to disrupt the smaller entity's control and sever the connection to the totem and ultimately to Peggy." We moved out a small, heavily armed team against an ancient, unknowable horror. The protective suits made us feel cumbersome, but the advanced ear protection brought an eerie silence, muffling the rising roar from the bluff, leaving only the sound of our own breathing and the frantic beat of our hearts. As we neared the clearing, the metallic stench became suffocating, stinging my nostrils and eyes. The air shimmered, thick and viscous, distorting the very light of the setting sun. Through the trees, I could see it clearly now. The totem pole, once dark and inert, was alive. It pulsed with a sickening crimson light, the black sap weeping from its every crevice, coalescing into thick, oily streams that flowed down its side and seeped into the ground like veins of dark blood. The severed femur bone was gone, but the other components glowed with an unnatural intensity, their carvings twisting and distorting in the pulsating light. And atop it, perfectly still, was the smaller entity. Its featureless head was raised towards the sky, its form radiating pure, concentrated energy. It seemed to be orchestrating the entire reemergence, its presence a focal point of terrifying power. Beside it, Peggy glowed with an internal, hellish crimson light, her twisted face now frozen in an even more agonizing rictus. Cracks spiderwebbed across her stone form, widening and deepening with every pulse. She was suffering, visibly, tangibly. Her silent scream now seemed to resonate with the entire bluff. From the cave mouth, the grinding roar was immense, constant. The earth was visibly tearing itself apart, immense fissures appearing in the rock, exhaling plumes of dark, fetid vapor. and within the maw I could see glimpses of the colossal entity, its gnarled limbs tearing at the very fabric of the earth, its multifaceted eyes glowing with an incandescent, malevolent red. "It's coming," Kale's voice was grim, barely audible through the comms despite the ear protection. "It's breaching." "Reed, deploy the sonic emitters," Thorne commanded. "Sarah, Alex, get into position, target the smaller entity, disrupt the resonance." Reed moved quickly, efficiently, planting small, camouflaged emitters at strategic points around the clearing's perimeter. As she activated them, a faint, high-pitched whine, barely audible even with the dampeners, emanated from them. It was a complex, multi-layered frequency designed to repel and disorient. Sarah, gripping the resonance disruptor, moved with me towards a cluster of ancient pines that offered a clear line of sight to the totem and the smaller entity. Kale covered us, his rifle raised, scanning for any sudden movements. The ground vibrated violently beneath our feet, the vibrations seeming to originate from a point directly under the totem. The smaller entity, perched atop the totem, emitted a high-pitched, almost ultrasonic shriek that tore through even my hardened ear protection, sending a jolt of pain through my head. It knew we were here. It was reacting. Its featureless head turned sharply, its gaze sweeping across the clearing, an invisible force that felt like a physical blow. It had seen us. A tendril of black sap, thick as a rope, lashed out from the totem, striking the ground near us with a sickening thwack. It was a warning. "Target acquired," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with tension, raising the resonance disruptor. The glowing aperture at the end of the device pulsed, a faint, almost invisible energy gathering within it. "Hold position, Sarah," Thorne's voice was firm. "Wait for my command. We need to hit it when its resonance is at its absolute peak, at the moment of the colossal entity's full breach. Maximize the disruptive effect." The wait was agonizing. The ground continued to heave, the roar from the cave growing in intensity, signaling the imminent emergence. The totem pulsed with dark power, its sap flowing faster, and Peggy's crimson glow pulsed in frantic synchronicity. The smaller entity, its form rippling with barely contained energy, seemed to be focusing all its power on that final, terrifying push. Then, with a deafening, earth-shattering roar, the colossal entity began to tear itself free from the cave. Massive, gnarled limbs, thick as ancient tree trunks, burst forth from the ground, cracking rock and earth, sending debris flying. Its spike-crowned head emerged, its multiple glowing crimson eyes sweeping across the desecrated landscape, fixing on the clearing, on the totem, on Peggy, and on us. The air solidified, heavy with raw, primal power. An oppressive cold descended, a chilling vacuum that sucked the warmth from my body. The sounds were overwhelming, even with the protection, the grinding of rock, the tearing of earth, the titanic roar of the creature, and the high-pitched, agonizing shriek of the smaller entity, now amplified by the fully activated totem. Peggy's internal glow flared, brighter than ever, illuminating her fractured form with a hellish light. Her silent scream seemed to finally break free, a soundless wail that ripped through the very fabric of my being, resonating deep in my mind. "Now, Sarah, fire!" Thorne's command was sharp, urgent. Sarah braced herself, her face a mask of grim determination. She aimed the resonance disruptor directly at the smaller entity, perched atop the pulsating totem. The glowing aperture at the end of the device flared, a blinding burst of pure, focused energy. A high-pitched, almost musical hum erupted from the disruptor, a precise, calculated frequency that slammed into the smaller entity. The entity convulsed, its form rippling violently, as if struck by an invisible force. It shrieked, a sound of pure agony and rage, its energy field flickering erratically. The totem pole, hit by the backwash of the disruptive energy, sputtered. The crimson light dimmed, the black sap flow slowing, then momentarily ceasing. But it wasn't enough. The colossal entity, now fully emerging, its immense form towering over the clearing, let out a thunderous bellow that shook the very ground. It took a massive, gnarled step forward, its multiple eyes fixing on us, on the source of the disruption. The smaller entity, recovering quickly, lashed out. A black, viscous tendril of sap, thicker and faster than before, burst from the totem and whipped towards Sarah. Kale, anticipating the move, dove, pushing Sarah out of the way. The tendril struck the ground where she had stood, leaving a smoking, acidic crater. "It's adapting," Kale yelled, scrambling back to his feet, his rifle spitting a burst of fire that sparked harmlessly off the smaller entity's shimmering energy field. "Sarah, continuous fire," Thorn urged. "Focus the disruptor. Alex, help Kale. We need to protect Sarah." I didn't hesitate. I aimed the stun gun at the smaller entity. It felt impossibly light, insignificant against the raw power it faced, but it was all I had. I squeezed the trigger. A concentrated beam of blue energy shot from the stun gun, hitting the smaller entity directly in its featureless chest. The entity recoiled, its form twisting. The stun gun, though not designed for such a foe, clearly had an effect, momentarily disrupting its energy field. It shrieked again, a sound of fury, then lashed out with another tendril of black sap, aimed directly at me. I ducked, narrowly avoiding the acidic whip, feeling the heat of it as it passed over my head. Kale, now beside me, opened fire with his rifle, targeting the base of the totem, attempting to sever more conduits. The bullets bounced off the hardened wood, sparking furiously. Reed's sonic emitters, meanwhile, were creating a visible distortion field around the perimeter of the clearing, shimmering like heat haze. The colossal entity hesitated at the edge of this field, its immense head swiveling, its eyes probing, unwilling to fully enter the area where its own resonance was being challenged. The repelling frequencies seemed to be working, creating a barrier it found difficult to breach. Sarah, grimacing from the feedback of the disruptor, maintained a steady stream of resonant energy, keeping the smaller entity on the defensive. The entity, though powerful, seemed unable to fully focus its counterattack while under the disruptor's effect. "The connection to Peggy is weakening," Sarah shouted over the din, her voice hoarse. "The crimson glow is fading. The cracks are stabilizing." It was working. We were disrupting its grasp on Peggy. The colossal creature, sensing the weakening connection, roared in frustration, its massive limbs slamming into the earth, sending out shockwaves. It reached out a gnarled hand, tearing a massive chunk of earth from the ground and hurling it at us. "Incoming," Kale yelled, pushing Sarah and me behind a massive oak. The chunk of earth, weighing several tons, slammed into the ground just meters away, sending splinters of rock and mud flying. As the creature raged, the smaller entity, still under the constant assault from Sarah's disruptor, made a desperate move. It launched itself from the totem pole, a blur of dark energy, directly towards Peggy. It landed beside the statue, its form vibrating with furious intent, its featureless head pressing against Peggy's glowing, fractured side. "It's trying to re-establish the connection manually," I realized, horrified. "It's reinforcing its anchor." "Sarah, focus fire on the entity end." The connection to Peggy. We cannot let it solidify its hold. Sarah, sweat beading on her forehead, redirected the glowing barrel of the disruptor. The high-pitched hum intensified, a piercing note that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air. The focused energy beam slammed into the smaller entity, which was pressed against Peggy's side. The smaller entity shrieked, a sound of unimaginable pain and fury, its form convulsing violently. Black sap, thicker than before, erupted from Peggy's fractured stone, not as a flow, but as a violent spray, stinging my eyes and burning my exposed skin. The entity was clearly struggling, its attempts to manually reinforce the anchor disrupted by Sarah's weapon. The crimson light emanating from Peggy flickered wildly, the spiderweb cracks across her form seeming to waver, deepening in some places, shrinking in others. The colossal entity, fully emerged now and towering over the clearing like a mountain of malevolent flesh and chitin, roared in pure, unadulterated rage. It recognized the threat to its vital connection. With terrifying speed, it lunged, its massive, gnarled limbs tearing at the earth, closing the distance to the clearing's edge. Reed's sonic emitters pulsed frantically, their high-pitched whine escalating, but the colossal creature, driven by desperation, began to push through the invisible barrier. Its sheer mass and power distorted the sonic field, creating ripples of displaced air that threatened to knock us off our feet. "The perimeter is failing," Reed yelled, adjusting the settings on her wrist-mounted controller, trying to compensate. "It's too powerful, it's breaking through." Kale, ever vigilant, fired a continuous burst from his rifle at the smaller entity, trying to distract it, to buy Sarah more time. The bullets sparked and ricocheted off the entity's flickering energy field, having little true effect, but maintaining pressure. "We need to sever the connection to Peggy completely," Thorne's voice cut through the comms, urgent and resolute. "Sarah, hit the entity hard, break its focus. Alex, Kale, you must protect Sarah at all costs. We only have one chance." I knew what I had to do. The stun gun was useless against the smaller entity's full power, but maybe it could interrupt its concentration long enough. I aimed for its head, where the invisible gaze seemed to originate. I fired again. The blue beam shot out, striking the featureless head of the smaller entity. It reeled back from Peggy, its form shimmering violently, its shriek echoing across the clearing. The physical stun had broken its concentration, momentarily staggering it. This was our window. "Now, Sarah, focus on Peggy. Disconnect it," I yelled, my voice hoarse. Sarah understood. Instead of targeting the smaller entity directly, she adjusted the disruptor, aiming its energy beam at the shimmering connection between the smaller entity and Peggy. The beam flared, a focused wave of anti-resonance. A new agonizing sound filled the air, a high-pitched metallic screech that seemed to emanate directly from Peggy herself. It was the sound of something tearing, something ancient and deeply embedded. The crimson glow around Peggy pulsed violently, then began to fade, flickering like a dying ember. The cracks on her stone form, which had been stabilizing, now widened rapidly, spiderwebbing across her entire petrified body. The smaller entity thrashed, trying to reassert its connection, but Sarah's disruptor was relentless. It was actively severing the link. Just as the crimson light around Peggy guttered and died, an immense shadow fell over us. The colossal entity had finally breached Reed's weakening sonic perimeter. Its gnarled limbs, thick as redwood trees, crashed into the clearing, crushing saplings and sending plumes of dust and black sap into the air. Its multifaceted eyes, glowing with malevolent red, fixed on Sarah, on the disruptor, on the source of its undoing. It let out another deafening roar, a sound that vibrated through my very bones, and lashed out with a massive tendril-like limb aimed directly at Sarah. "Get down," Kale roared, tackling Sarah to the ground, shielding her with his own body. I instinctively raised the stun gun, firing uselessly at the colossal creature's immense form. It was like spitting at a hurricane. But then a strange thing happened. As the colossal entity focused its rage on Sarah, the smaller entity, momentarily stunned by my stun gun and battered by the disruptor's focused beam, stumbled back from Peggy. Its shimmering form faltered, a momentary weakness. And in that instant, Peggy seemed to come alive, or rather, to die with finality. The stone figure of Peggy, freed from the parasitic connection, let out a final, silent, heart-wrenching wail that echoed only in my mind, a scream of ultimate release. The cracks on her form, now no longer contained by the entity's power, exploded. With a soft, almost reverent whisper of crumbling stone, Peggy disintegrated, not into dust, but into millions of tiny, crystalline shards, sparkling like dark diamonds in the fading light. A faint, almost sweet scent of ozone and ancient earth filled the air where her statue had stood, quickly overcome by the metallic tang. The moment Peggy shattered, the entire clearing reacted. The black sap flowing from the totem pole shriveled and receded, as if pulled back by an unseen force. The pulsing crimson light of the totem flickered, dimmed, and then died, leaving the carved wood inert and dark once more. The connection was broken. The anchor was gone. The smaller entity, no longer anchored by Peggy or the totem's full power, shrieked in desperation. Its shimmering form began to destabilize, dissolving at the edges, flickering in and out of existence. It was losing its foothold, being pulled back to its own dimension. It writhed, trying to lash out one last time, but its movements were